Behind every crime lies a story waiting to be uncovered, from chilling mysteries to untold truth. This is where the darkness comes to light.
Green buzz lights up the air, faces tense as stories tear, truth and lies like a tango dance. Justice here takes no chance. Gavel strikes, hearts beat fast. Witness takes, stand shadows cast. Whispers loud like wildfire spread. In this game, none's ahead.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon, hello everybody. Hi, it's good morning, Maria. Good morning, Lois. Hi, are your backyard if you are on the TV? Hello, I'm waving at you. William, good morning, my friend. Zizzy, um, Josh, that's from yesterday. Thank you very much for the support, Josh. I really appreciate it. Kristen, good morning. Hello. Hang on. Let me. I am definitely. I thought I was ready, but guess what? I am not ready. Hello, Paula. Thank you very much for popping in and saying hello. So I hope you have a wonderful day and that you get a good day. Hello, Kristen. Good to see you. Maria. Hello. Buenos dias, my friend. And yes, Denise, it is bedtime. Let's all go back to bed because that's what I all want to do. It is bedtime for sure. I agree. I put the order in. It is bedtime indeed. I think we all deserve a bedtime right about now until probably the weekend, and then we can enjoy the weekend. So absolutely yes, bedtime. And Maria, we definitely need the coffee, so keep it coming, my friend. Definitely, because I need some of that. And I think today I might have, I actually yesterday, right, I did not open that. It is still closed, see, still closed. It's still there. It still has the liquid, all the liquid in it. Um, I I slept what, 3 hours, 3 whopping hours. So it was great. I slept 3 hours. Awesome. But now I have changed my hours again. I changed my hours like a yo-yo. Um, but because I have a wonderful boss and he's very accommodating to what I am, and oh, bacon and eggs incoming. Yes. So good morning, Roba. Hi, my friend. How are you? Hello. Um, so I spoke with my boss again today, and I talked to him and I said, like, doing nights is absolutely unaliving me. It's not doing me very well. I am not resting. I am super tired. So what we're gonna do now is, so court finishes, to me, finishes at 1 o'clock in the morning, right? So what I'm gonna do is, after 1 o'clock in the morning, I'm gonna straight to bed. I can pretty much fall asleep straight away. Fall asleep, sleep for 3 hours until 4:15 in the morning. Go to work for 5 a.m. Finish on my normal time at 11 a.m. Come home, then have a nap, and then be ready for the stream because I can sleep a little bit longer, and then I'll be as well tired. So hopefully that new schedule works. I'm gonna start it tonight slash tomorrow. So I think this one is gonna be a lot better than finishing stream, going to work, and then come home and sleep, and then yeah, that, because I don't think that worked. Hey, Kara, hello. Hi, sorry, my pen is in my hand. Good morning, good afternoon, hello, my friend. How are you today? I hope you all are okay. I know we had amazing. Yesterday was one of my best birthdays ever. I'm not a person that really celebrates birthdays. So you know, oh, I know, I need more than 3 hours, but that's only going to be like 2 days a week or one day a week, Maria. So it's absolutely fine. Um, but I don't really celebrate my birthdays, and yesterday was one of the first ones ever in my life that I actually kind of celebrated and did, like, made a big thing out of it. Um, and it was amazing. And you guys treated me so kindly. You always do, but yesterday you were absolutely, absolutely, um Oh, Maria, we did miss you, but it's understandable. You were with your family, and it's understandable. You need to enjoy this time with your family. Family comes first. Never, ever, ever we come first, and we'll have more amazing days. You definitely were missed, absolutely, but family comes first, and that's more important. And Zizi, don't see that I did not see that. Time to make donuts. Are you making enough for the class? Because I definitely want some. It is very good to see everyone, absolutely, Kara, and it's really really great to see you here. Sorry, I'm already um um getting notifications about court, but I am not gonna do any spoilers or anything, because otherwise Denise is gonna come and whoop my ass. It's gonna whoop me. But I am fine. My I am the donut maker. That is indeed, I am the baker. Um, but to be fair, I am gonna spoil probably some secrets from the bakery, at least in my supermarket that I work for, my day job, if you want to call it. We don't make anything from scratch. So everything comes frozen. So we just walk it in the oven and to bake. And the donuts, they already make they are come fully made, and they only are defrosted. They come in frozen, and the only thing we have to do to them is defrost them. But I do know how to make them from scratch, because I do have a degree. I went for school to school, like a vocation school, that is like for cooking, baking, and everything. So yeah, um, but yeah, I do pack them every single day. So um, yeah, exactly. Exactly the same here, Kara. Most of it is always comes frozen. We only need to defrost, and some stuff we need to bake. But yeah, and that was it. Yeah, that's basically what I do every day. I work in a bakery, deli type. It's small bakery. It's not deli at all. What I work is just simply bakery. But yeah, that is exactly what I do. Um, that is it's here, that comment. Sorry, it's not showing up. That is funny. I don't have to shape anything. I just literally everything is already comes ready. I just have to put in a rack and just put it on. Is this a cup of coffee? Oh, guys, Garden Bunches brought me a cup of coffee. Oh, I am so happy. Cup of coffee. See, he came. I did not even have to ask. How cute is that? Oh my days, I'm so happy. Um. Oh no, it's like, yeah, 5 a.m. and it's 5 a.m. I'm barely awake, so it's like me shaping anything. I barely can shape myself out of bed. Might as well shape bread. Um. Oh wow. That is so cool. Bake everything from scratch. It's already prepared for them. Just make the shapes and whatnot for this Mexican bread. Wow, that is great. I mean, there is some branches of the supermarket that I work for. They do the things from scratch. They do some bread from scratch. But I think the new formats of the store, because my store that I work at, it's a really brand new. It opened literally in December last year. Um so um so basically it's the new format of the stores. They literally just comes frozen, whack it in an oven, and that's it. Bish bash bosh, and it's done. So you don't really have to have a skilled baker to follow all the health and safety procedures. We still have to follow some, but not the same as if you were like a scratch bakery type place. Um, Hi, Anne. I am sorry. Denise is lovely. We love her. She's amazing. But she does tell me off quite often. But yeah, hi. Hello, Anne. I am the crazy one from over the pond. Yeah. Everyone is saying hi to you on chat, and but yeah, that, oh no, I'm embarrassed. Oh my days. I'm so sorry, Denise. I put you in trouble. We'll talk later. We'll talk later. Um, but yeah, so court is already started, and there's already, wow, my days. I need to stop looking at Twitter. I literally need to turn my phone around and stop looking at it because I look at and I just want to talk about it, but I can't. Uh, oh, that is awesome. My din is actually going to come here soon because Garden Bot was late, which is not good enough. I know. And it's my dinner is gonna come, so but hopefully court I will always have my dinner while court is already started, so make sure that court is first. But before we do move along, people, can you please just press the like button? It does help the channel a lot. It gets us out there. um what train wreck? Lori train wreck? Or are we talking about another sadly real train wreck? Because, well, for me, Lori is a completely train wreck for sure. Um, so it's, I mean, Lori, oh, she's been absolutely train wreck. I mean, we still gonna have the same detective that we had yesterday, Cassandra, and things were getting spicy when the judge decided to, like, you know what, let's finish for today. It is gonna be done. So off, what, she did not confess anything, but all her crossings was a nothing burger and incriminated her more than actually anything else. So, hey, Benny, hi, good morning, good afternoon, good evening for you, because I know you are in the this side of the pond, as well. And my Tuesday's been good. It was a bit slow throughout the day. I've been doing some I was actually hearing on a hearing for a case that I want to do a video for the weekend about. So I was doing that, but I still need um doing some other stuff. So yeah. um oh yeah, it was definitely, it was, I know, it was absolutely chaotic. I was like, yeah, no, I miss my one. Um, you are indeed close to me. You are indeed, Benny. We need to meet up one day, maybe. um, Oh yeah, the insurance recording about Lori, yeah, that was one of the parts. But I think the mainly one was the social security guide that we had, right, on the case, because it said basically she was trying to hint that it wasn't her, um that to change the policy, but when there was clear evidence that she did, and she called and all of that stuff, and she wondered about the money. And then it was the interview with Cassandra, that they were showing snippets, and she did not like it because she wanted to show the whole thing, and she was not happy about it. But when is Lori happy about anything? It's Lori. So um oh yeah, definitely, absolutely, I agree with you, Carl, that Lori has been pretty firm that she's innocent, and so is her brother Alex. She will never admit, obviously not, because she is the one where which is like she doesn't need to repent, or whether, or that she never can do wrong. So yeah, exactly. And that she never notified them of the new marriage because she knew that if she would notify of the new marriage, her benefits would stop. So it's absolutely crazy. So but one thing that I'm actually, like, I was looking, there's only about 5 witnesses for the state to rest. So, like, I don't know if we are going to go through 5 witnesses today, but we've been doing pretty good. We've been having, like, we had 4 witnesses yesterday, which was pretty good. But considering that Cassandra was a very long witness, this detective, and we had the ME as well already. So there is not a lot more that the state. So I know the state said that they might arrest by Thursday, but it could even be done before that. I mean, there's not a bit, like, a lot of far-fetched type thing. um I'm sorry, but that insurance guys was hard to listen to. I listened to him with my headphones, and all I heard was him is dry mouth, nose, his lips smacking together. It was a little bit, Kara. I can agree with you. That maybe like the way he talks and sometimes the smacking lips, that type thing can put people off, and I understand. But he did provide a lot of good information that was, well, very against Lori. It wasn't good for her. Um, oh yeah, it definitely. It's like the thing is like she cannot expect to be released on bond just because she has another trial to go through. Because yet she, after this one, she has another trial to go. So, ugh, she's just one on earth. Um. Oh, the medical examiner. I agree with you anyway, but oh, don't I agree with you. Especially people that chew with their mouth open. No. Oh, hello, Case One. Good morning. Hello. I did see you come in, but I was just trying to get through the comments. But good morning, my friend. Hi. It's so good to see you. Good morning. I hope you are okay. Um, you're finding all right this morning. Yeah. Well, so there's Lori. I hate, it really gets to me. All the little like smart snark comments that Lori does at the end of like any answer or anything from the listener. Thank you. Oh, no more questions. Like the baby voice is I can't. It just cringes me. I don't like it. I don't want it. She needs to stop doing that. So just Laurie doing that is just we need to breathe in, breathe out. I am not gonna scream and shout. It's what we should need to do it because I'm literally gonna go to Arizona. I'm gonna fly. I think it's what 10 hours, 18 hours to Arizona just to tell her to stop doing that because it's absolutely so Mm, not good. I don't want it. Um, oh yeah, definitely. But it just comes out as annoying, in my opinion. Okay, in my opinion, it just comes out very annoying when she does that, and I don't like it. I'm sorry. It's just really gets to me. Um, Oh, the bad praise in makeup. I mean, we haven't been able, sadly, to see a lot of her face because we can only see the back, but we can have a pretty imagination on how her makeup is coming from the Dateline interview because, that clearly, definitely, you can see, even no one knows who Lori Vallow is, looks at Lori's picture or video from the Dateline interview and completely sees, oh yeah, she's in prison because that makeup on Maida is never. Oh yeah, she's like a queen in prison, not even a princess. Everyone literally adores, and I am sure she's the best manipulator there is in prison out there. That is 100% sure. I guarantee you that. Is so. Yeah, but I mean, today we might have I don't know, would it be too far-fetched thinking the state rests today? So I don't think it is, but you never know. Oh my days, I don't have space, my love. Just 1 second, guys, sorry. um can you put it there somewhere? Sorry, my foot is here, but obviously, oh, it looks good. Wait, it looks very very good. So, oh, of course, always worked hard. So I did not work in my day job in a bakery yesterday, but I think I worked. Obviously, I did not work. I hang out with you guys. Um, no, really, it's 4 witnesses that the state has left. You don't think? um is you don't think that it's like, but I always work hard. It's either work hard or play hard, and I do both, and I do both very well until that I am exhausted and to the point that I don't sleep anymore. But I think they do. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, and absolutely I will be wrong, but Hey, hello, good morning. Sorry, Stephanie. I forgot to tell you guys, and my mods will hate me because I always come early, and I apologize. That is a bad habit because I'm already here waiting. So yeah, um, they say that by Thursday they will rest, and I agree with you guys. You guys are right. She said by Thursday they're gonna rest, so that's why I'm thinking. Oh, thank you, Ivan. Was buenos dias, my friend. Hi. I really like. It's actually not mine. It's actually Garden Bots, but let's not say that too loud because otherwise it's gonna make me not wear this shirt anymore. So, but it's all right. Um, the last two are normally impactful. Oh yeah, I think the last two probably. I don't know who could it be. Everyone is impactful in this case. We already had the insurance person, the social security, the ME, detectives. It's just I don't know. I can't figure it out who could have been, but well, I guess we'll see. We'll be here every day, to watch that. Court hasn't started yet. They still there on that thing. So, oh, hang on. Oh, I am live now. Don't worry, but we haven't missed anything. So is I don't know. Four witnesses. They said it could be done by Thursday. Um, it would be awesome because I don't know if 1 second. Sorry, guys. Can you give me just 1 second? Sorry, I just had to give my phone to a garden bot just to reply to a few messages that I'm getting. Hey, good morning, good afternoon, Josh. Hello, welcome, my friend. Hi. Um. Oh yes, oh, it's okay, Stephanie. See you later, my friend. I'll see you very soon. Um. So yeah, so we're just waiting on the court to start. Um, it's going to be another full day. Like yesterday, we only had one break, which is actually good because I like the judge. The judge does not waste any time, and he just wants to get it done and over with. Sorry, my attention is required at the garden bot section. One moment, please. So, hello, Dunar Harm. Good morning, good evening, good morning, good afternoon. Oh yeah, also, but his face is right, Kara. We could literally play a game with the faces of this judge, just thinking of what he's thinking. Like, because it's. Oh, we definitely do. Just keeps them moving along, and we just like done bash bosh, like no wasting time. And the fact that the jury also has not asked a lot of questions, but the questions that they have asked, they're actually quite they are good. Hello, William. Good morning, my friend. Good afternoon. Hello. How are you? I hope you are doing all right. I need to bear me one moment because this feed that I'm using right now, it's not being the greatest, so I need to um find another one. So bear me a moment and tight. I'm hearing that the food is delicious, and I am sure it is. Um, but I can't look at the food right now because I'm trying to find a feed so that it actually works. So we are. I don't know why. I've got a couple feeds, so it is fine. Whichever comes out first will be the one that's we're gonna use. So we'll see who is gonna be the winner for feeds. It was literally a game. Who is gonna win? Which feed are we gonna use? Yeah, which one comes first? Um. Oh yeah. Sorry, Kara. Missed that. Almost missed that. Oh yeah. You gets the faces. I don't get paid enough for this woman. Definitely. Oh yeah. And just thinking that he hasn't had the trial to go with her, Kara, I would be the same. It's like I don't have a patience for this girl. Like who has patience for her anyway? I don't. I think it's more for a jury safety type thing. Um and it's also I don't know, it's just I don't know. Some courts are a bit specific. I don't like the 30-minute delay. It just complicates everything in terms of like time differences and schedulings and everything. It's just so weird, but it is what it is. I think it's more for the jury sense type thing than anything else, um rather than just for the fact that it's not live. But it's okay. At least we still get the opportunity to watch the court and to watch Lori Vallow fall face palm. How I say it? Face planted. What you guys know what I mean. But I actually, now I was just thinking, who thinks that Lori will change her mind and then she will get a counselor, a lawyer, a proper lawyer, for her second trial that's coming up in May? Can you still have? Can she even do that? Um. Oh yeah, definitely. But I mean, who? If she gets an appeal on either one of the cases, she's gonna have so many life sentences to serve that she's never gonna get out anyway. And I think if she does get out, I'm not saying that is gonna, but there's gonna be a public service done, almost guaranteed there. But you know, so I'm just refreshing because they are not started yet. But to be fair, it's only half past of the hour right now. So yeah, that is okay. Oh, she does love the cameras indeed. Oh, she lives for the cameras. Are you kidding? Literally, we've got the shaky camera again. We're gonna be shaking all over the day, because the camera is shaking again. No, I don't want this card. Oh wow, that is a big shaky. Um, I don't know. Her ego is too big, and she thinks she's doing a good job. Well, probably yeah, but I mean, she's gonna see that it did not go well in the first try. Why is carry on? Well, yeah, true. Yeah, probably could be the same in Arizona. You're right. Maybe and now she's gonna be right or die. It's just gonna have to do it. She's gonna have to do it. So it's not. I don't think she's gonna have many choices anymore in terms of getting counsel, and that was it. And she's not gonna get. But court is about to start. Just to let you know, I'm gonna be turning off my camera because I'm gonna eat my food that is looking at me and getting a little bit cold, but that's okay. uh and then we're gonna already have, probably, I think we're gonna go straight in unless there's motions, which I think we have motions to deal from yesterday that the judge did not want to deal with it. um but we're gonna have some motions to be done, and as well, then we're gonna go straight into the continues of the recross of Cassandra, the detective, they interview Laurie after the incident of the pew pew of Charles. I'll eat in a minute, Dizzy. Thank you. I know, but I just don't want to live like silence unless you want to come up and talk. um, she'll. Oh yeah, definitely. Oh yeah, absolutely. But I mean, I agree that like justice has to be done, but there's no way that, for example, yeah, yeah. So it's just, we'll see what brings. But I think she's definitely gonna be found guilty. I have no question about it. Um, I absolutely have no questions that she is. And the fact that she says she has, like, when she was calling social security and everything, she said, oh, I have 5 kids. Like, you have 5 kids, but not all of them are living at home. Like, some of them are like full grown adult people that are already married, that you don't sustain them anymore. So she's trying, she even on that she was lying, saying that she was caring for 5 kids. No, you're not. You're not caring for 5 kids, you're caring for two. So, oh, hello, good morning, Sherry. Yes, you did, made it on just on time. You just always on time,
A dentist
absolutely.
appointment at 7 a.m., 7
No,
a.m.
they were not. Oh, did I hear Lori? Am I hearing things? Oh, hello, Jed. Good to see you. It's very good to see you. Oh, you're great, Jed. That is so wrong. Hello, love. I think Jed is feeling a sadness and is keeping case one some company. Um. Oh yeah, probably she does. Absolutely. Oh, by the way, happy tax day to my American friends. You're not late. Definitely never late. Um. I think we are gonna.
Just one second.
We are starting now. Yeah.
All right, we're on the record. State of Arizona versus Lori Daybell. It's 10:02 a.m. The attorneys are present. The defendant's present. This is the time set to discuss a few of the motions before we bring in the jury at about 10:15.
Judge, I do have one other thing to raise that goes back to what we dealt with yesterday. Apparently, Ms. Vallow also attempted service on another one of the next of kin in Louisiana, Larry Woodcock. Again, that information, including his address, which she should not have access to, and in violation of victims' rights and the Arizona Constitution, was filed with the clerk's office. So we have multiple people that she's subpoenaing that are not on her 15.2, that she's violating victims' rights for. So I'm going to ask, of course, the court seal that subpoena as well, since it includes his address.
All right, it's ordered sealing any subpoena that was filed relating to Larry Woodcock. Do you have outstanding subpoenas on next of kin or, well, let's start with there. Next of kin.
Let me check, Your Honor. Check on that, Your Honor, but not that we're aware of.
As to the extent that you have subpoenas for next of kin on either of your cases, you need to coordinate the service of those subpoenas through the county attorney's office. They can facilitate in that and getting those people served if they are indeed witnesses that have relevant information in these cases.
And both of those people, Your Honor, Robert Vallow and Larry Woodcock, were not on my list and were not intended to be subpoenaed. So it was an oversight.
So I don't know how OPDS got that information to serve them subpoenas. So someone on your team needs to double check with OPDS that the correct people are being subpoenaed.
And Your Honor, they are signed by the defendant. So
All right.
She is the one who's signing those subpoenas. She is the one acting as counsel. So she is the one asking to send those out.
So how was it an oversight?
I just signed them all and we got them prepared and I signed them all and I did not check them. It's my own fault. But I apologize to the families.
So do you know the names of all the people you subpoenaed, or you just signed a stack of subpoenas?
I did sign the stack, but I thought I was aware of that they were the ones that I had asked to subpoena.
For this trial or for the next one as well?
Just for this one. We haven't done our subpoenas yet for the next trial.
I'll try. And for the next trial, I need you to be more diligent in what you're signing. And if there is a subpoena for someone who is a next of kin or a victim under the Victim's Bill of Rights, the subpoena that needs to be coordinated through county attorney's office, or is there a victim representative attorney? I haven't had one yet.
There is not a victim representative attorney, so it would come through us, Your Honor.
Okay. We sort of addressed the motion in limine yesterday about the questioning of any police personnel regarding the timing of the arrest, why the investigation took as long as it did, who was or wasn't arrested. Again, I'll ask the defendant, if you think those are questions that you need to ask, please ask to take a break first, but otherwise I'm expecting you to not ask those types of questions of any witness. We then have let's take up the Janice Cox and Summer Shiflett video. You've had a chance to review that?
I did.
What's your position on the state's motion?
Your Honor, I obviously think that it should not be precluded, that it is evidence in fact of why that happened on July 11th, that it happened. So if there had been no bat, there would have been no gun. It was a reason why self-defense was even an issue on that day, on July 11th.
Let me make sure I understand the state's position correctly. The state hasn't seen the actual video that these two witnesses have watched.
Correct. It
Right.
apparently.
So
was-
absent someone coming in and introducing the actual video into evidence, which could have its own evidentiary issues, but absent that, they can't testify in court about things they saw on a video because it's hearsay. They're testifying to things that they observed outside of court, and there's no verification, no way to cross-examine on that. So my ruling would be that unless some video comes in and someone lays foundation for that video, that no witness would be allowed to discuss what they saw, heard, or viewed in that video. All right. Then we have the state's third motion to preclude defendant's witnesses. Let's discuss. I'm going to ask you again, Ms. Daybell, how do you pronounce the first person's name? Baisa? Baisia. Has your team or your investigator, anyone been able to locate that person?
I would have to check with my investigator, Your Honor.
What about Gabriel Bonilla?
I know that he has made contact several times with Gabriel. I don't know if he has interviewed him, but I know that he's made contact with him several times.
Do you know if he's been served with a subpoena?
We're looking that up now.
And while you're at it, I'm going to ask about Ashlyn Rind and Barry Cox.
Okay. What does it say? So it looks like that Ashlyn Rind was not served or found, that Gabe Bonilla, OPDS, several times tried to serve that subpoena and it has not been served. And I'm not sure on the Barry Cox.
All right, well, as was indicated by the state yesterday, they may be resting their case in chief sometime Thursday, at the latest Monday. So you're kind of out of time on producing these witnesses for interview. I shouldn't say you're kind of out of time. You are out of time. I don't know that I need to effectively preclude them because you haven't been able to serve them or get them to appear, in which case they wouldn't be called as witnesses. In the event that they are served or surfaced, we'd still need to have a discussion of whether they have any relevant information and whether they should still be precluded because of the late disclosure of what that testimony might be. So unless they're produced to the state for an interview here within the next day or two, they would be effectively precluded. Even if they are produced for an interview, they still could be precluded. Zachary Cox, let's talk about Zachary Cox. Has he been subpoenaed? The state has interviewed that witness apparently, but based on their motion, they don't believe he has any relevant information to offer for this trial. Do you believe he has relevant information to offer?
I do, Your Honor.
And what is that?
He was with my brother, Adam Cox, that day on the 11th and was in communication with Adam and Charles during that day and prior to that day.
What testimony would he offer that would be admissible, that would be relevant to either self-defense or this did or didn't occur?
He would be able to testify about what Adam already testified to, verify it or unverify it,
What specifically?
about what their itinerary was during that day and the day before and the following day.
When did this, well, the state interviewed this witness?
Obviously, I had no idea what he would be called about, so I talked to him for a few minutes.
Did he have any idea what he would be called about?
No,
All
I
right.
think unless the defendant says that he's relevant to impeach Adam in some way, then I don't really understand the relevant. I mean, she just said that he could be testify to verify what Adam said. So she's going to call him to confirm that what Adam said was correct.
Is that he would be confirming what Adam said, or would he be disputing what Adam said? What specifically? Can you give me some more specifics?
From his interview with my investigator, he would be disputing what Adam said.
Well, then I'm not aware of that interview with my understanding in interviewing the defense Jeff White, is that basically they spoke for a brief time. It got heated.
Who's
and
they?
Jeff White and Zachary Cox. They did not have a full interview, is my understanding. I've not been provided with a recording of that, but in my discussion, my interview of Jeff White as a potential witness, he advised just that that Zach had advised that he had lived with them, meaning Charles and Lori, prior to them moving into this house, prior to them being separated. And that's about the extent of what I understood their interview to be. But maybe Mr. White can provide information as to how he.
Mr. White, do you have any information on, you interviewed Zachary Cox?
Yes.
All right. And did Mr. Cox provide information that would be relevant to this trial to you?
When I spoke to Mr. Cox, he was, in short, he was very belligerent. When we had spoken, I was asking about information about his father and him, as well as with Charles. The information that I did obtain from him did not agree with what his father had told me in the interview through the state.
His father being?
Adam.
Do you know if Zachary Cox has been served a subpoena?
As far as I know, I think that went through OPDS.
All right. I guess we'll see if he actually gets served and shows up at court. He may not, in which case it's not an issue I need to deal with. But if he does show up, we will need to flesh out whether he has relevant information, whether he should be allowed to testify. All right, who's the state gonna be calling today?
Your Honor, the state, obviously, we still have a witness on the stand. And then, as I advised, we'll be calling Ariel Werther. And then we would call Detective Duncan. So we
Okay.
may finish tomorrow, Your Honor.
Okay. My staff just signaled me that oh, the last juror did just show up. Okay, we'll bring the jury in. Let's have that witness come back up. Kind of deferring, but not really.
All right, so that was a bunch of motions denied across the board for Miss Vallow, which I'm not surprised. She left things too late. She did not send the subpoenas out with enough time to be served, and then she wanted to get addresses of people that she's not supposed to have. So yeah, and so then the state said that the two witnesses that for today is Ariel I think that's how you say it, and then Nathan Duncan. That's another detective, and they say that may arrest even by tomorrow, which is kind of understandable. Maybe I was a bit presumptuous of today, but tomorrow, more high probability for sure.
All right, jury's present. Please be seated. Go ahead and resume your cross.
Detective Inklin, yesterday we were talking about the chain of custody of the phone, so I have a couple questions on that. Yesterday we talked about that Charles' phone went from your hands to the property room, is that correct?
No.
Okay. Where did it,
When I explained to you, it's our computer crimes division, the
Okay.
detectives that do the downloads. Our property room is about a mile away from the police department.
okay. So it went from your hands to the computer crimes division, is that correct?
Correct. We usually take phones directly to them.
And how long was that between the time you left the house and you delivered that phone to them?
It's about 20-minute drive or so, and then just to the PD and upstairs to where their office is.
Okay. And who did you turn that over to at the computer crimes division?
Sergeant Olness was the sergeant of the unit at the time.
And did you use the passcode to access the phone at all?
I did not. I don't do downloads or exams of devices.
Okay. Did you look to see if the threatening text messages from Charles did actually exist?
I did not do an exam of the phone.
Yesterday, we watched the clip of my interview with you, and we discussed the threatening text messages. Is that correct?
Correct. You told me about them.
And you stated that I did not show them to you. Is that correct?
You did not show them to me, no.
And did you ask me to show them to you?
I did not.
Had I been cooperative all that day?
Yes.
Do you think I would have shown them to you if you would have asked me?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Was Tylee also cooperative that day?
I believe so.
Was Alex cooperative that day
I don't know. I did not have contact with Alex.
at all?
I did not interview him or talk to him, no.
Did I, in fact, inform you during that interview that I would have to show you them to explain them?
I believe so.
But you never asked me to show them to you?
I did not.
Did you ever request that I turn my phone over to you?
I did not.
Did you ever request that Tylee turned her phone over to you?
I did not.
In the course of your investigation, did you ever, in fact, see those threatening messages from Charles to me?
I did not. I did not look at any of the downloads of any of the phones.
Or in the reports or anything?
No,
You never came across those?
I did not review those reports or do any of the downloads of any of the phones.
You didn't review any of Detective Duncan's reports?
No,
None of Detective Moffat's reports?
no,
Okay. Were you aware of the reason why I had two phones at the time?
I was not.
Did you ask me?
No, I wasn't aware you had two phones.
In the course of your investigation, did you ever learn that Charles had stolen my phone, so I had to replace it?
I'm going to object to testifying and move to strike.
Sustained.
Your Honor, it's all part of the investigation.
I'm going to object again.
Sustained, it's testimony. The form of the question was testimony.
Were you aware that after he gave it back to me that I kept both phones?
I'm going to again object.
Sustained.
Detective, in the course of your investigation, did you learn that Charles had a $2 million life insurance policy on me?
I knew there was a life insurance policy. I don't know the amount.
Did you ever see it in any of the reports or?
I did not review and I was not part of that portion of the investigation.
And you never saw that on any kind of Bates numbers?
I'm going to object again to asked and answered.
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
You didn't see it on any kind of Bates numbers?
No, Bates would be what the county attorney does. That's after me, so I didn't review that portion of the report.
Okay. Yesterday, during your direct, you said that, or during our discussion, you said that we arrived at the Chandler Police Station and that we were taken into the Family Advocacy Center. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is that what it's called?
Yes, the FAC or Family Advocacy Center.
Okay. And was that just Tylee and myself that were taken to that part of the station?
I believe so, yes.
And so was Alex taken to the regular part of the police station?
He was in a different portion in an interview room in the persons crime section downstairs.
Okay. So we were taken into 3 different rooms, is that correct? When we arrived?
3 different interview rooms, yes.
And we were all 3 interviewed, is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
And you interviewed me, is that correct?
I did.
And you also interviewed Tylee, is that correct?
I did.
And Detective Moffat is the one that interviewed Alex, is that correct?
I believe so.
And these interviews were all video and audio recorded, is that correct?
I believe so.
And did you have a supervisor or superior there at the Chandler Police Station watching these interviews live from a viewing room?
Not a supervisor.
Who was it?
There was a detective in sex crimes that was monitoring the interviews in the Family Advocacy Center. It's kind of standard, particularly the fact that Tylee was alone in the interview room at some point. So she was monitoring both interviews, and I don't know if there was anybody monitoring Detective Moffat's interview because I was not a part of that.
Okay. And what was her name? Detective what?
Ashley Nolan.
And then you said that you had, so you didn't go in and monitor during the interview with Detective Moffat and Alex? You didn't watch that one?
No, it was going on at the same time. I couldn't interview you and Tylee and monitor at the same time.
And then that means that Detective Duncan wasn't monitoring yours either at the same time, correct?
I don't know what Detective Duncan was doing.
I meant Detective Moffat, I'm sorry.
Oh, I don't know. I believe he was talking to Alex, but
But he could have been monitoring yours and then talked to Alex after that, is that correct?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Were there other people in this monitoring room that you know of?
I believe Detective Nolan was monitoring from her desk as the sex crimes detectives work within the Family Advocacy Center. They're in the same portion of the building.
Okay. So they can just monitor from their desk?
Correct.
They're not in like a separate room, is what you're saying?
No, there's a monitoring room upstairs in the dedicated suspect interview rooms, but none of those rooms were used in these 3 interviews that you're talking about.
Okay. And after these interviews were complete, who decided to send us home?
Well, I decided to drive you guys back to the house.
And who gave you authorization to release us, I guess?
Me?
You didn't have to talk to a superior for that?
No.
And what about Alex? Who released him?
That would be Detective Moffat was involved with his interview. I was not.
So did you and Detective Moffat have a discussion on what to do next after our interviews were complete?
Briefly, that we were done with the interviews and that at this point, whether or not to get you back to the house and how we were going to facilitate that.
Okay, but it was decided at that time that we would be brought back together and taken in the van to back to the house and dropped off?
It was the easiest way to get the 3 of you back at the same time.
Are you aware of the press release that was issued by Chandler Police Department later that day?
I am not.
You never read it?
I don't.
You never heard about it in the course of your investigation?
The press release?
Yeah.
No.
You never discussed it with any of the other detectives?
I would object. She's asked and answered.
Sustained.
Would the case agent have to be the one who would authorize that at the time?
It depends. As a case agent, we would like to have input or influence on what a press release is or states, but occasionally they're published by our PIO, our press information officer.
So do you know if Detective Moffat was the case agent at the time, is that correct?
He was.
And so do you know if he talked to the PIO and put that out or if he didn't know?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Do you know if the PIO agent just put it out?
Objection, she doesn't know about this.
Do you know?
I have no idea.
Detective Inkland, yesterday the prosecutor asked you several times, why didn't Lori just give the phone back? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you learn in your investigation that the entire altercation only lasted a few minutes?
That'd be a fair assessment.
Because we discussed that in our interview, is that correct?
We did.
So from the time Tylee came out with the bat and I ran outside is maybe less than 2 minutes. We discussed that. Is that correct?
We discussed that it probably happened in a short amount of time. I don't think we gave a specific time amount to what happened, but that it happened in a relatively short amount of time.
We didn't say that was like 1 to 2 minutes. Like,
That was our discussion, yes.
yeah, that was our discussion. Okay. So we would not have been arguing for a very long time. Is that correct?
I think it's relative as to how long you've been arguing or how long the altercation took.
Detective, in the course of your investigation, did you learn that JJ was outside in the car?
I did.
Did you learn that the car was still running?
I don't know.
Did you learn that JJ was in fact in the front seat?
I know that you had articulated he was put into the car, but I don't remember if you specifically said the front seat, but he was in the car.
Did you learn in the course of your investigation that JJ had autism?
Yes, you told me about that.
Did you verify that at his school?
I did speak with his school, yes.
When did you speak with the school?
During the course of the investigation, I had contact with the school in reference to when he attended and generally kind of the services the school provides.
Do you remember who you spoke to at the school at all?
The director of the school, and then subsequently, there were a couple teachers that provided some information.
And how long after July 11th was that first communication with the school?
It was just several months later.
But during the course of this investigation, the Chandler Police Department did verify, I guess that next day, that that was in fact his school and he did attend there. Is that correct?
I believe so.
During this investigation, did you verify that we did in fact go through Burger King?
I did not, but it was verified.
Were you aware of what we ordered at Burger King?
You told me it was chicken fries and Sprite.
Had you seen, you hadn't seen that receipt?
I had not.
Okay. I guess that was in fact in the portion of one of the interviews that we watched yesterday. Is that correct?
Correct. You told me that in the interview.
So were you aware that we also ordered 2 bottles of water?
I was not aware, no.
And in your experience with people in stressful situations, when adrenaline kicks in, does it make you incredibly thirsty?
I don't object to speculation or knowledge.
If she knows, she can answer.
It can.
And when you're in fight or flight mode, does your adrenaline kick in your experience?
I'm going to object here to knowledge and foundation as to our knowledge of this.
I'll sustain the objection.
Did you offer Tylee and I apple juice at the Chandler Police Station?
I think I offered you something to drink and what we typically would have there.
Did you offer that for the purpose that adrenaline makes you thirsty?
No, I usually do it to people I interview if they'd like something to drink while they're there.
Detective Inkland, have you ever seen me not calm?
I'm going to object to maybe foundation as to when?
All right, sustain, lay more foundation on when she has, at what occasions she has had to observe you.
Well, yesterday you spoke often of my calm demeanor, my nonchalantness. Is that correct?
Correct.
So has there ever been an occasion when you have seen me when I was not calm?
Again, foundation as to when she has seen her on July 11th.
Please clarify the time frame you're referring to where she had an opportunity to observe you.
Any other time, Your Honor?
For example, how many hours on July?
Can we have a sidebar? Can I ask you a question?
Right. This is the weirdest thing, right? She's asking for a sidebar to ask you a question. He's not going to give you legal advice. He shouldn't be giving you legal advice. He's not your lawyer. You don't know something. Well, Lori, that's why people get freaking lawyers. So, like she wants to ask questions about the nonchalantness of her calmness that she was in the situation. State is objecting because there's no relevant foundation or whatever. And she was like, but I want to ask, can we have a sidebar because I want to ask you a question? Like, no, Lori, he's not your lawyer. You shouldn't have gotten a lawyer if you don't know how to proceed, because you don't know how to lay a foundation for that question that you want to ask. So it's just amazing. Oh, exactly. That's why I'm like, exactly. It's like he cannot give her his legal opinion or anything, because it's just no. And I agree, he does need to speak a little bit into the mic, because oh, she's trying very much to be calm and to be nonchalantness, or chalantness, or how you say that, and answer dumb questions. Indeed, I agree. Hey, can I ask you a question? Yes, it's this the 50-50 ask a friend a question of the game. So it's just like, honestly, this is weird. And we have Garden Bot here looking at chat because he cannot look at his own computer. So
No, I can't.
no, you can't. Um, but this is just weird. I'm sorry, but she shouldn't be allowed to be asking questions like this. Can we have a sidebar because I have to ask you a question? No, you can't. This is not I like that. Maria says, "Whole garden bot."
Well,
Whole.
hold to you too.
It's okay, Maria. It's absolutely fine. Don't worry. It's absolutely literally we all need our own personal law coach. Absolutely, Zizi, because I don't think this should be allowed. Like, because um, it's she's not the her attorney. She should have got her an attorney. If she doesn't know, well, you know what, Laurie, move on, because you don't know, you don't know, and that indeed it is. So. Oh, awesome. That's all right. Don't worry, Emily. You definitely need a bit of a rest. And sorry if I'm being too loud. Sometimes I get excited. Do it, but I hope you feel better soon, my friend. Have a bit of a rest. Definitely have some naps. You definitely deserve, and have a rest a lot, and lots of fluids help. I hope it helps, but fluids always help. So definitely take care, my friend. Oh yeah, exactly. They're like, she thinks like that they're there to make her life easier. No, they're not. You should have gotten a lawyer. That's why there is lawyers, but people that are professionals in doing this type of things. You know, like for example, you will not expect a lawyer go cook, or a cook be a lawyer. So that is just absolutely no make sense. But you know, she wants to play lawyers. That's what she's get. and then she's gonna complain that, oh, this is not effective counsel, I did not get the well, yeah, that's your own fault because you represented yourself, so you're complaining against yourself, because I think that's what she wants. I think she wants a very easy way to appeal, thinking that it's gonna get overturned and that she's gonna be roaming free in the streets of Arizona or Idaho or whatever she wants to go, but she's not. Whatever happens, she will never walk free in the streets of Idaho, Arizona, or whatever. So, yeah, and they're back.
All right, go ahead and continue with your cross.
Detective Inkland, did you discover in your investigation that I had run outside without shoes?
Yes, kind of.
And did you learn in that investigation that we had stopped at Walgreens and I did purchase 2 pairs of flip-flops?
Yeah, you told me that.
I mean, and that was verified later?
It was by a different detective.
Okay. You didn't verify that at Walgreens or at Burger King, is that correct?
I did not. That was a different detective.
Okay. And as part of your investigation, did you view the video of me going into the Walgreens to purchase the flip-flops?
I did not.
Okay. And how hot was it that day on July 11th, 2019?
Warm.
Like in the hundreds?
July in Arizona. I'd say it was probably warm.
Would it have been difficult to walk JJ to his class on the cement with no shoes on, do you think?
Objection relevance,
Uh,
speculation.
Sustained. I think the jury can draw their own conclusions about the temperature in Arizona in mid-July.
Detective, did you learn in your investigation that after taking JJ to his classroom that Tylee and I headed straight back to the house?
I believe so.
And that we met with police? Is that correct?
Correct. You
As soon as we drove
contacted
up, first contact was with,
Officer Krautheim.
yes, Krautheim.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you. Detective, is it your understanding that we fully cooperated with the police?
You were cooperative with interviews with me.
That we did as we were instructed?
You, with me in your interview, you were cooperative.
And Tylee was cooperative with you as well, correct?
I believe so.
And that you had said yesterday that we were voluntarily interviewed by the police, is that correct?
Correct. You were not in custody.
Did we know that?
I believe so.
When we were placed in those interview rooms, did we know that we could just walk out and leave anytime?
You-
Was that explained to us, is my question.
You can ask that.
Can you say it again?
Was it explained to us at any time that we could just walk out of those interview rooms and leave if we had wanted to?
No.
Did I in fact ask you at one point if I could go to the ladies' room?
I believe so.
Detective, did we answer all the questions asked to us by the police that day?
By me, yes, I believe so.
And we were dropped off at home by the police, is that correct?
Correct. I drove you back to the house.
And we were given no further instructions, is that correct?
Just that we would be in touch with you at the conclusion of the search warrant.
Is it also correct that we voluntarily handed over Charles' phone to you when you asked for it?
Yes.
Did we delay in that or just do it immediately?
No, you gave it to me when I asked.
Was there any time, Detective, on July 11th, 2019, that we did not comply or cooperate fully with the police in their investigation?
In my interaction with you, you were cooperative.
Thank you. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Redirect.
going to start with when you first arrived on scene. You were asked a lot yesterday when you first noticed the defendant. Were you standing there at the house just waiting and watching to see what cars would arrive?
No,
So when you first noticed the defendant you just happened to glance over and see another officer speaking with her.
correct.
You were asked a lot about her demeanor that day, both when you first interacted with her, taking her over to the van, correct?
Correct.
Did Lori Vallow's behavior stand out to you?
It did.
Why?
So based on what was going on, that we had a homicide, her husband had been shot and killed, her brother was the one who shot and killed her husband. It was inside her home. Her children were at least partially present to this event. Her demeanor seemed odd given what was going on at the house that day.
So throughout this time, you're just noting her demeanor, right?
Correct.
You were asked about whether or not you were calm at the scene. Do you recall being asked that on cross?
I believe so.
Had you just seen your husband get shot
No,
inside your own home
no,
by your brother?
no,
You were asked if the other officers at the scene were calm. You recall being asked that?
I do.
Were you aware of any of them having just seen their significant others being shot
No,
by a family member
no,
inside their own home
no,
with their children present?
no.
So would it be difficult to compare the demeanor of the officers and yourself with that of, say, Alex or Tylee or the defendant?
It would be difficult comparison.
Not the same situation.
No,
You were asked a lot about Tylee's demeanor as well. Did you ever see her appearing to be panicked,
no,
overwhelmed with emotions?
no,
Was there anything about her demeanor or your interactions with her that made you feel she needed any type of medical treatment or medication or anything?
no.
The death notification that you attempted to make, I'll say. So to understand this, we're both Lori Vallow and Tylee inside the van.
They were inside the CR 288 van.
Can you describe for us what this van looks like? Is it like a minivan? What is it?
No, it's a larger, like 10 or 12 passenger vans, big, full size. So the doors open from the side to get into, I think there's like 3 rows of seating. And they use the van to bring services out, but also to transport people, and they have car seats and things like that.
So when you went up to the van, you opened the door?
Correct, the side door to open to get into the rear portion of the van.
And you are with your sergeant at the time?
Correct.
And you asked if Lori would come out with you?
I was trying to get her to come out of the van to talk to her outside of Tylee's presence.
Why did you want to do that?
I felt it was more appropriate if I was about to tell somebody that a family member died to deliver it to her. And then typically what we'll try to do is kind of formulate a plan as to how we're going to tell children as to what happened.
But before that, did Lori Vallow tell you something?
She did.
What did she tell you?
She said that she already knew because she was there.
And this was not what you were expecting to hear.
It was not.
You were expecting that she had no idea,
Correct.
that she rolled back up to this house and sees her brother out there but doesn't know what's going on.
Correct.
After you learned that she was there, did you now feel like you wanted to ask her what happened?
Correct. We wanted to at that point transition to not just like a death notification and contacting her, but now we're potentially looking at doing witness interviews.
Did you advise her that you wanted to take her to the station to interview her?
I did.
Did you advise her you wanted to interview her daughter?
I did.
And did you in fact ask her to come with you in a different vehicle?
I did.
She agreed to do that?
She did.
Now, how old was Tylee?
16 or 17.
And she was put in a separate room than her mom. Why?
So when you're going to do witness interviews or any interviews, you want to do the interviews separately. You don't want to interview people together. Obviously, even best case scenario, there's going to be some influence. So you want a good recount or statement from somebody that's their own statement. It's what they saw, heard, felt, not influenced by anybody else in the room or participating in like a group interview.
Were you aware when you were conducting this interview with Lori and with Tylee of the amount of time that had occurred from when she had left the house to when 911 was called to when she was eventually interviewed?
Generally, not specific, but I knew the general time.
Initially at the scene, was there a misunderstanding? Well, let me ask you. When you arrived at the scene that morning, did you understand that when the 911 call came in is when the shooting occurred?
I think that was believed or assumed at the time we got to the scene.
Okay. And was that still your mindset when you were interviewing initially Lori Vallow?
Correct.
So when you started to interview her, you assumed that when that 911 call came in, the shooting had occurred just prior to that.
Correct.
When you were driving Lori back to the police station to FAC for interviews, you again told us about her demeanor. Did that again stick out to you as unusual?
It did.
Why was that?
Again, this incident has unfolded and we're driving and she's just kind of chattering in the car, and given what was going on in the situation and how she was acting, it was just odd to me.
You were asked about, just on cross, whether or not you gave the defendant a specific time when she could come back to the house. Do you recall that?
I believe so.
Did you have any concept of when Detective Coons or Duncan would be finished executing that search warrant on the house?
No, and that's not an assumption we would do.
So you don't have, they don't tell you a timeline like, hey, detective, we'll be done by 3 so they can come in.
No, because in processing a scene, you just don't know. So you wouldn't want to give that kind of time constraint when processing a scene. You're going to go through and very slowly and methodically collect and photograph and process. You're not going to limit a time. We typically try to give them an idea, maybe most of the night, several hours, but I wouldn't tell them a specific time to come back.
And your interactions with Lori, you hadn't even been in the house yet, right?
I had not.
So you have no concept of what the scene's going to be like.
Correct.
Or how long that might take.
Correct.
When you were interviewing the defendant, is it normal for you to offer drinks to people when they're being interviewed?
Absolutely.
Normal for you to allow them to use the restroom?
Yes,
And you did that here just like you normally would?
I did.
Nothing different or unusual in that?
No.
Detective, when you were interviewing the defendant on July 11th, did the defendant tell you that she and Charles argued about the phone prior to Tylee ever becoming involved?
Correct.
Did she tell you that she had initially obtained Charles's phone, and when he asked for it back, she said no?
Correct.
This is before Tylee's there.
That's right.
Does she tell you that she then, in fact, confronts Charles about who he's texting?
Correct.
And that's again before Charles is out there,
Before Tylee was there.
before Tylee is there. And she advised you that she still wouldn't give him back his phone, even though he demanded it then.
Correct.
Did she tell you that she was walking away with Charles's phone prior to Tylee coming out while he is still demanding his phone back?
Correct.
So there were multiple occasions that she told you about prior to any bat or gun being involved that she could have just handed the phone back over,
That's correct.
and she did not.
That's correct.
In terms of your interview with the defendant, did you understand all the facts of the case when you interviewed the defendant?
No.
You told us you didn't understand the timeline yet in terms of when the shooting occurred versus when the 911 call occurred, right?
Correct.
So you were unaware of that 47-minute lapse in time.
Correct.
If you had known that, would you have asked about that?
I would have asked about that. Yes.
When you were interviewing the defendant, you were unaware that she had Charles's phone, correct?
Correct.
If you had known that, would you have asked about that?
I would have asked about that. Yes.
When the defendant was talking to you at one point, she told you that she knew her brother was texting with, or that Charles was texting with her brother Adam. Do you recall that?
Yes, she told me that.
Understanding now that she had Charles's phone, would you have asked her how she learned about that?
I would have asked her about that. Yes.
So when you're doing an interview with her at 9 or 10 in the morning, you didn't know that she'd had time to look into Charles's phone?
Correct.
You learned later that she had the password to get into his phone, right?
Correct.
So when she's telling you things, you're unaware that she has already potentially had the ability to access those.
That's true.
And what she's telling you in her interview contained information about the interaction between her brother Adam and Charles.
Right.
When you interviewed the defendant, were you aware of the days leading up to this, the interaction between Lori Vallow and her brother Alex?
I was not.
You weren't privy to things like iCloud accounts before you interviewed her?
No.
You weren't privy to downloaded cell phones before you interviewed her?
I was not.
You hadn't even been inside the house before you interviewed her.
Correct.
If you had been privy to all of the information in this case, would you have interviewed her differently?
I would have.
Would you have questioned her more?
Yes.
Would you have followed up more?
Yes.
Would you have asked for her phone then?
Yes.
When you interviewed Lori Vallow, at that time, were you just going off of what she said because you didn't know the rest of the facts
Correct. It was an initial interview.
to see what she had to tell you?
Correct.
But you had nothing to do to be able to verify or validate anything she told you?
Correct.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
All right, I see we have a few jury questions. I think we're going to have the parties approach for those who are having difficulty with their headsets.
Oh, I've gotta see this. The party's approach. That means Lori is gonna be like close to the judge. Oh, that is not scary at all. Sorry. Of course I'm yawning. What else would have been new? Um, but yeah, I will take a nap. Don't worry. During lunch break, I will try to take a nap or a little bit of a rest. So absolutely. Um, oh yes, definitely. I mean, I hope so too that they've made some changes. Because Charles did ask for help, but because people like have this mentality, right? That DV is only men towards women and not the other way around. When a man asks for help, it's just such a stigma, and that is not right. And he did ask for help. He asked for many times, ask for help, and he end up in the situation they end up. True that this one was like no, not deviant, but still was a crazy situation. So, it's just not right that he had to go through that and suffer this way. You know, it is very sad that a life was lost. And that could have been prevented. And absolutely, Zizzy and Lois, I agree with you. What you guys are saying. So hopefully they learn about this, because I think we still would like Laurie would still be finding a way to do it, but because I'm not saying that she is a good actor, but she is very good at manipulating people, and probably oh yeah, indeed, KM. Absolutely. So, and she manipulated everybody, and everything that came across her. She's trying to do that to this day, right there on questioning this witness and every single witness, and maybe the jury. We don't know. I don't see her interacting with the jury or how she looks towards the jury, but all we know how she is because we've got some Laurie experience coming from the other trial and everything that has happened in the other case. So, but hopefully, ooh, okay, I'll be in your years, yay! I hope your oldest is okay though, Sherry. I really hope so that everything is all right and it's just like a routine appointment. Honestly hope that everything is okay and smooth. But talking about that, it's just yeah, so hopefully that Lori Vallow will absolutely, she's gonna get convicted. It's just a matter of question if the jury is gonna be a long deliberation or a short deliberation, right? And I don't know, I think we'll see a little bit more. Maybe don't push anyway. Don't push any buttons, Sherry, while you are in years. No, I will not push any buttons. I'll try not to push buttons, but I got, like I was saying, hopefully they won't come back. I've got a new keyboard, right? Because I can be where I am and type like this instead of being like stretched to the keyboard, to the proper keyboard of the laptop where I'm doing everything, and I can just type on this one and I can put at the correct distance, which is much better. But I am not going to press it. I'm just going to show you. There is a button here, right, that has an off switch, right? I don't know if you can see where my finger is. Has an off switch. If I press that button, everything will go off. So that's a dangerous button.
Was the rent-a-car vehicle ever searched?
I do not believe so, but I'm not certain.
All right. Question form number 12. If the defendant and her daughter were interviewed as witnesses, why were they left with a victim advocate? In other words, were they considered victims or witnesses?
So our victim services section, I introduced Lori to them specifically because there are civilian employees that work within our police department that can help families with death investigations for the issues that come up afterwards and kind of navigating that process. So although they might not be classified under like state law as victims, our victim services section will often help our families with like specific crisis type events and navigating that process. So we use them quite a bit in our death investigations.
All right, on question form number 13, did Lori express concerns about police talking with Tylee at the time of the interview?
She did not.
Does law enforcement have to advise interviewees they are being audio and or video recorded?
They do not. There is no expectation of privacy within a police station.
All right, are there any further juror questions at this time? Not seeing any. Would the defendant like to follow up on those juror questions?
No, Your Honor.
State?
Just briefly, with regards to introducing Lori and Tylee to your victim services, were you trying to provide whatever services might be necessary due to the fact that her husband had been killed?
Correct.
And what you assumed at that point was Tylee's dad or stepdad had been killed?
Correct.
And again, this is all prior to you learning more about this case?
Correct.
No other questions, Your Honor.
All right, you can step down. The state can call its next witness.
Thank you.
Sorry, I forgot I can speak, but yeah, sorry. Sadly, I am not going to be streaming Karen Reid. I think it's a bit. I understand it like justice for Karen Reid or justice for John O'Keefe. I think it is too much of a circus of a trial, and it attracts a lot of unwanted people. And I wanted to keep our channel safe as much as I possibly can. Doing Lori was already a risk, but if you guys like, I understand I'm still probably gonna watch in the background like recaps and stuff like that, but streaming, no, I will find another trial for sure. There's not gonna be yeah, so I am very, they're very passionate about it indeed.
There'll be a PowerPoint that he's going to do.
All right, sir, come on up. You're gonna stand right here and be sworn in.
Ariel, A-R-I-E-L, Werther, W-E-R-T-H-E-R.
You do solemnly swear that testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
All right, have a seat up here to my left. I do need to give the court reporter a break soon. Should we just do that now?
This might be a good time, Your Honor, just so I can get this set up and hooked
All right, why don't
to.
we have the jury go to the jury room for a short break? Please remember.
for the jury. And the witness has just sat down, is going to have to get up again and go out. And yes, I think someone definitely should call so I don't have to talk your years out.
The
Oh,
jury's no longer
hang on.
to complete the record. We did a sidebar this morning at 10:42 a.m. At that sidebar, the defendant indicated she wanted to question the witness further regarding how many times the witness had observed her and her demeanor, which would necessitate the witness talking about observing her here in this trial, observing her on July 11th of 2019, as well as the trial in Idaho and possible viewing of interviews or social media posts. I advised the defendant that this is probably not a door she wants to open because the setting of those interviews would be relevant. For example, someone appearing in court intuitively might behave better than someone who's not appearing in court or in a trial. And the defendant said she would move on from that area. Is that an accurate recitation of the sidebar from the state's perspective?
Yes, Your Honor.
From the defendant's perspective?
Yes, Your Honor, that's fine.
All right, and then we did another sidebar regarding jury questions at 11:01 a.m. The first question, juror question number 10, as a detective, does your subconscious mind use a witness demeanor as any type of evidence? The parties agreed with me that that's probably not an appropriate question to ask, so it was not asked. Juror form question number 11 was asked. That was the question as to whether the rental car was ever searched. Juror question 12 was also asked I should mention, by agreement of the parties. And this was the question if the defendant and her daughter were interviewed as witnesses, and the explanation between being interviewed or considered a victim versus a witness, which the witness answered. Question form 13 had 4 questions on it. The first question was not asked. Did Lori ever ask for an attorney during interviews of her and Tylee? The second question, did Lori express concerns about police talking with Tylee at the time of the interview? Neither side objected to that question, so it was asked. Question number 3 on form 13, do police need parental consent to speak with a minor even if being treated as a witness? Which the answer really is, it depends, but it calls for a legal conclusion too for that witness. The state objected to it. The defendant did not. I didn't think it would be helpful with the jury in deciding any issue that's at fact in this case. So it was not asked. And then the fourth question on that form number 13, does law enforcement have to advise interviewees they are being audio and video recorded? Neither side objected to that, and that question was asked. Is that an accurate representation of the sidebar we had at 11:01?
Yes, Your Honor.
From the defense perspective?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so let's give the court reporter a break. We'll resume soon, probably about 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and then we'll push through to noon or maybe a few minutes after, depending on where we're at. Do you have everything set up now?
I would like to just try
Okay.
this to make sure it's working.
All right, we'll be at recess on a break for about 10 to 15 minutes.
Yep.
All right, so break time. I think they're gonna start doing this of the put the stuff on the record because the headphone things, they are having a problem with it. So it's just crazy. So now I'm actually getting asked to play and so I just so I'm gonna put on the chat if you want to call. It's free. You don't have to have your camera on. We can just chit chat about the case and just talk about whatever happened this morning. Let me see. Now I have two keyboards. I get all confused. So you can just call. It's free. You don't have to have your camera on. We can just talk about the case while the court is on break. We can have a bit of a chat, so I don't have to talk all by myself about everything and anything. Because believe me, I can. It's not a problem. But then it's just having a subject to talk about. So yeah, exactly. It is like just like making a phone call. You don't have to be on camera. Denise does it very often, especially to shut me up, and he's gonna come back again, and just to tell me off. Mainly, that's why Denise jumps on. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. I love you, Denise. Uh, do not come and argue at me. But yeah, so this morning actually I've been looking into a couple cases that are coming up. They are starting to pop over the scene. I don't know if you guys heard about that New Jersey guy, Sean Higgins. He is the that Ian alive to NFL. Is that the hockey thing? NFL, or am I? Or is a NHL? Oh my days, which one it is? Uh, you're gonna give someone a chance. Thank you very much. That is appreciated. You know, NHLs. Thank you very much. The hockey league. He analyzed two hockey. I think it was two hockey players or one hockey player and then a brother. Um, yes, that one. Thank you very much. So he analyzed two players because he was drunk driving and it was I think over the speed limit and everything. So he had a big hearing today. um but I need to go and rewatch it again because I was doing house chores while the hearing was going on, but I recorded it and I need to go over again to see because they rescheduling the hearing. um but don't ask me for when because I did not hear it. So that happened today, and there is also another hearing happening for another case that is a very sad case. Kelly Bryant out of Detroit, Michigan. Oh, okay. See you soon, Maria. So it's just quite a few cases going on that starting to move, not that are going on trial. I still have no clue what trial are we going to be covering next because to be fair, we don't know when does Lori finishes, but I know that for sure we are not going to be covering Karen Reid. I apologize. I am sorry, but no. But I'm sure we're going to find a trial. There's plenty of them going on there. I do need to start scourging the internet for cases. If you have any suggestions, please let me know. Reach out to me on Discord, Facebook, email, um, here on the chat if you want me to cover a case or something. Just let me know and I will be yeah, Detroit is Eastern at least. More if you would suggest a case, which I don't mind, which you do, if you can keep an eye for more Eastern and Central cases, that would be amazing because that's the two time zones that we cover the most in this case. I am doing an exception to this trial because it's a trial that I really wanted to cover, the Lori Vallow, so I'm doing the extra effort for it, but it's not a time zone that I want to focus at the moment. But definitely it is a good one. And I have a goal, right? I don't think we're gonna achieve the goal in this year. I don't think it's gonna be the goal for the year, but it's a goal for the channel. That I want to cover a case from each state. I think I have said this before, but I am really, really yeah, so we just get to know Lori. And like we did not know Lori beforehand, is just we get to know her a little bit more. But yeah, so I'm trying to cover cases from each state. So at the moment, I think we have already 12 states covered. Um, but so yeah, so trying to cover new states because it's different. I want to learn like a little bit of every single state, and then we get to travel because um some state mainly I think yes, mainly all states cover, but it depends on the county and from courthouse to courthouse. I know New York doesn't, for example, but it's more federal that New York has, because New York also did some hearings that were live for Luigi Mangione. They had some hearings for that live, and it's New York, so that has that thing there. And even even if it is a hearing, like if I'm desperate, even a hearing I would consider at the end of the saga. But I don't think I haven't heard a state that doesn't stream, because I've seen pretty, I don't like obviously, yeah, I there's a lot of love. It depends as well. Obviously it's not really on me, but it depends more on, the big networks that are streaming the cases, if we can get access to them, to those feeds. And obviously we can stream, but there's other ways that we can find it. Oh yeah, federal cases are never broadcasted, sadly, so it's definitely very sad that that doesn't happen. Oh, Illinois doesn't. I think we need to change that. What did you hang on, sorry, Garden Bot just got home, and I'm sure he bought some he bought some Coke. No, I can't. I'm going to work. Sorry, he was gonna do my favorite drink, which is vodka and Coke, but sadly I'm going to work. But maybe tomorrow you can. Definitely. But yeah, so Illinois, we need to change that in Illinois. That is for sure. Oh, good. Oh, that's awesome. I'm glad that he's okay, Sherry. I'm very, very happy about that. Just thank you. Thank you. A kind of Coke. Coca-Cola. Sorry, not the other thing. Just a Coca-Cola. Huh? Hang on. So Stephanie say home safe, holy harm robbery at AT&T store right by her grocery store. But then I went in the middle of the what? Stephanie, I'm so glad that you are safe. Oh my days. That it's absolutely insane. Oh my days. I'm glad you are home safe and everything is it's fine, but that must have been so scary. I like Yes, that is the question indeed. Did you film it? We need to see it. We need to know everything about it. Well, I think if we go Google, we might show. Okay, so, oh yes, especially that it is true in a rental car. But yeah, glad that they caught them. Oh, there's always something. Oh, absolutely, Rubber. You don't even want to know about in my area that there's always something.
All right,
Whoa,
let's
wow,
bring the
we're back
jury in.
already. See, I did told that I can talk for the whole like 15-minute break or 10-minute break. So you guys are literally, yeah, don't need no one needs to call because I can talk by myself. Um, oh my, you guys, it was so exciting. I couldn't get my phone out. Oh yeah, it was in the rental car for sure. But it's Stephanie. Next time you need to get a body camera, Stephanie, right? Because you apparently live in a very exciting area. Oh, that is good, Garden Bot. I like that price. You need to get a body camera where you can record that stuff. So, um, 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 you can watch on like 2x or 1.5, but not if you don't want to. Oh, sorry. Any trial is in the good Olimer will get me going. That is true, absolutely. I like we cover any trial. I never really shy away from trials, and I try to cover everything. But Karen Reid is something that is not on my list for sure, and I apologize for that. So, uh, yeah, I don't think there's something mess like a draw moment. There's some spiciness and some dumb questions from Laurie, but that's always so. It's um. oof. Oh, I'm so sorry, Stephanie. That seems a bit rough, my
Jury's
friend.
present.
Jury's
Please be
back.
seated. Go ahead.
Thank you. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hello, my name is Ariel Werther, and I work for the Chandler Police Department as a detective.
How long have you worked for the Chandler Police Department?
I've worked for Chandler Police Department since 2008. I did not become a sworn law enforcement officer till 2011. I've worked for them continuously since then. They're the only law enforcement agency I've ever worked for.
Can you tell us sort of the different areas you have worked and where you currently work?
So initially from 2008 to 2010, I was a police dispatcher. So if you called 911, I might be the person who answered, or I might be the person sending the officers and keeping track of where they were. And then in 2010, I went to the Arizona Law Enforcement Academy, graduating in 2011 as a sworn officer, returning to Chandler in that capacity as an officer. I worked as a patrol officer until, well, technically 2016, but the last 2 years of that I was assigned as a field training officer, which means that if you were a new officer out of the academy or somebody going back to the road from a specialty, you might ride with me for a while as I reoriented you to how things are done on the road. And then after doing that, I moved to the Special Victims Unit, primarily focused on investigating sex crimes from 2016 to 2020. And in 2020 and until now, I've been assigned to the Robbery Homicide Unit.
When you were with the Special Victims Unit, did you ever work with the Robbery Homicide Unit?
I did. In fact, from fairly early on, I was aware that this was something that I wanted to do eventually. So I made that known, and particularly working in detectives under the umbrella of persons crimes. You have your sex crimes, family crimes, robbery homicide units, and they all tend to work rather close together. They get to know one another, and I made it known that I had an interest in testing when they had their next opening. So I did that in late 2019 and began my assignment in 2020. So leading up to that, it was something where if I had the opportunity to work with that team, I would do so.
Can you talk to us? Have you ever had any type of training in dealing with cell phones and cell phone GPS data?
Yes, I've had extensive training, much of it more recently. It's something that I certainly became aware of, and I have an interest in technology and what it can be used for in investigations. And so there were areas that I was aware of, particularly working in the Special Victims Unit. So starting from about 2016 on, it was in 2022 that I took my first 40-hour class on the proper interpretation, of cell phone records specifically that might come from the provider. There's an important distinction between the location data that might be found on one's phone versus the data that a provider stores about our devices that can also be used to infer the location of the device. I took a 40-hour class primarily on that subject in 2022. And then in 2023, I took a 40-hour class leading to eventually becoming a subject matter expert in that area.
Have you previously testified in court about cell phone GPS data?
I have.
Have you previously testified in court about mapping GPS data recovered from cell phones?
I have.
In July of 2019, were you still in the Special Victims Unit?
Yes, I was.
And did you become involved in a shooting that occurred on July 11th of 2019 at 5531 South Four Peaks Avenue in Chandler?
I did.
How did you get involved in that?
I believe I was downstairs where we all work in a similar area and became aware that a shooting had occurred, that it appeared that one person was deceased, and I volunteered to come along. My capacity was more to shadow, to learn about how these investigations are conducted with the aim of testing. That's something that's best practice to do if you want to test for a unit. You ought to go out and see how the job is done.
So when you initially, did you go out to the scene?
I did.
And when you initially out there, who did you shadow at first?
Initially, I was at the scene with Detective Coons. I was present during the scene investigation, though again, as someone who was observing, I didn't personally impound anything or directly conduct the scene investigation myself.
Okay. At some point, as you are shadowing these, were you given different requests to help the detectives who are working this case?
Yes, although I'd say the extent to which I started going out and doing things, assigned tasks, really began the day after, on Friday the 12th.
So on Friday, July 12th, of 2019, did you become aware that no one had obtained contact information for JJ Vallow?
That's right.
And did you offer to reach out to Lori Vallow to get that information?
I did.
Why did you need that information?
To have a complete and thorough police report, it's best practice to have proper documentation, name, date of birth, basic demographic information for all the people who are involved in a case, however they might be involved. Given the information we had at that time, he's someone who ought to be listed in the report.
Okay. Was he also known to be the son of the deceased victim?
Yes, that's right.
On the 11th, had you had any contact with Lori Vallow?
I did not have any contact on the 11th.
On July 12th, after you offered to get that contact information, did you make contact with Lori Vallow?
I did.
Did you see her or call her?
I called her at first.
And was that call recorded?
That call was audio recorded, yes.
When you spoke with Ms. Vallow, did you obtain the contact information for JJ Vallow?
Yes,
Did you learn from her where JJ went to school?
yes,
Did you confirm that she had gone to Burger King before taking JJ to his school?
yes.
Did you at some point during that conversation with Ms. Vallow learn that Charles Vallow was staying at the True Hilton Hotel?
Yes.
Prior to this, had you known that he was where he was staying?
I don't think I had any information either way.
So as someone who was separate, did you have any idea where Charles was, whether he was staying at the house or elsewhere prior to this?
I didn't have that information, no.
So you just learned this during your conversation when you're trying to get JJ's information?
Correct.
Did Ms. Vallow advise you that she was in possession of Charles Vallow's hotel room key?
She did.
Did she advise where she had found that?
In his wallet, I believe.
So you learned that she had Charles Vallow's wallet
That's what she said.
and that she then had a room key for him to True Hilton Hotel.
Correct.
Did you advise her that you would talk to the case agent and let her know who would go get that?
Yes,
After you spoke with Lori Vallow on the phone, did you offer to go out to the Burger King to see if you could obtain any video from there?
I did.
And when you are helping in this aspect of the case, were you aware at that time when the 911 call had been placed?
I was.
And when was that?
That was at 8:36 in the morning.
So you knew as you went out to Burger King that the 911 call was July 11th, 2019 at 8:36 a.m.
Yes, that's correct.
And were you aware when you went out to the Burger King of when the police had arrived at the scene?
Yes,
And was that within a few minutes around 8:41 or 8:42 a.m.?
yes, that's about right.
And were you aware prior to going out there of when Lori Vallow had been shown or seen on body cam back at 5531 South Four Peaks?
I was.
And was that the 8:48 a.m.?
Yes, that's right.
So all of this is kind of the timeline you're considering when you're going out to Burger King.
Correct.
So when you went out there, were you aware of that? I guess when you went out to Burger King, were you also under an understanding that Lori Vallow had said she was at the house when Charles Vallow was shot?
That was my understanding, yes.
So did all of that play into when you would assume the timing of her arriving at Burger King?
It did.
So sometime after 8:36 is what you're expecting?
To some extent. I was aware that there's a little bit of a logistical difficulty in the question of how one could leave at 8:36 or at just after. and then arrive back by 8:48, knowing the distances and knowing the city of Chandler like I do. So because of that, knowing that it was clearly the case that she was there at 8:48 because she was on officer's body-worn video, then I knew that there was some chance I would find that the video was in fact prior to the 911 call, because otherwise the distances and the travel didn't seem quite right.
So you see this 12-minute time from when 911 is called to when she arrives back, and you're thinking that there's no way to go to Burger King and drop a kid off at school and get back?
Correct. One of the other things that I was trying to establish when I called her is where she had taken him to school, and to confirm that we hadn't misunderstood about the Burger King event happening after the shooting. Because if we hadn't misunderstood, and then learning where the school's approximately 7 miles away from the house. So the idea that one could in 12 minutes go to a Burger King, get their order, drive 7 miles one way, 7 miles back, and arrive in that amount of time seemed very unlikely to me.
So you're now going to Burger King to try to figure out when she actually went there?
Correct.
When you are going to the Burger King, were you aware of what vehicle she was driving?
I was.
Was that, again, body cam had shown what vehicle she had come in?
That's correct.
And was that a red Kia Sorento?
That's right.
So when you, let me ask you this, did you go to a Burger King over at 2865 East Ocotillo Road in Chandler?
I did.
How did you know to go to that one?
I chose that one because it was the closest one, and I wanted to make that logical assumption that that's probably where someone would go first, and then see if I found evidence there that that was the correct one.
All right, so you weren't given that information, you're just trying to figure out which Burger King it was.
Correct.
Did you ask to see if they had surveillance video from the morning of July 11th?
I did.
So you're there on July 12th?
Yes.
When you look at surveillance video at a place like a Burger King, do you ever verify that the date timestamp on that video is accurate?
I do. We very commonly find that at various places, the level of accuracy to their date and timestamps can be exactly right, or they can be off by a significant margin. So the best practice, and what I did in this case, is I will ask to see their live view, and the live view typically has a timestamp, as it did in this case. And then I will use my cell phone, my work cell phone's location time, or my work cell phone's time. And if they match up, then to me that indicates that the timestamp is probably relatively reliable, particularly if I'm there just the day after the video that I'm looking for.
In this case, was the date timestamp correct for that Burger King?
Yes, that's right.
Did you then ask to watch the surveillance video from that morning of July 11th?
I did.
And as you were watching it, did you see a red SUV and a person that appeared to be Lori Vallow going through the drive-thru?
I did.
Do you recall about what time you saw that happen?
I want to say the timestamp on that is around 7:20 something.
Is it 7:54?
7:54. That is probably correct, yes.
So if you're looking at a timestamp at 7:54 and you know the 911 call is at 8:36, are you already starting to wonder what's going on here?
Yes, this was one of the concerns that led us to pursue this avenue of investigation.
And you're aware that Lori Vallow had told Detective Inclan that she had left right after Charles was shot.
That is what I was told.
So if she left right after he was shot, she somehow is already at Burger King more than 40 minutes after the shooting, before the 911 call.
Correct.
Did you look at various channels from that surveillance video at Burger King?
I did.
And did you also ask to obtain a receipt from her purchase?
I did.
I can have my paralegal approach with 217 and 218.
Thank you.
We're looking at 217 and 218. Do those contain affidavits from Burger King authenticating both the recording and the receipt?
They do.
And is that from the Burger King that you went to obtain that video and that receipt?
It is.
The state will move to admit 217 and 218.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
217 and 218 are admitted.
Now, just so we know, although we have the video right there and that's been admitted, did you create a PowerPoint we're going to get to in a bit that actually includes the relevant portions of that video in it?
I did.
Okay. So ultimately, we have 7:54-ish that you see Lori Vallow going through the Burger King. Were you then ever asked to meet with Lori Vallow to get that hotel key still on the 12th here?
Yes, that's correct.
Where did you meet with her?
I met with her at the Four Peaks house.
Okay. Do you recall meeting with her there around 2:10 in the afternoon on July 12th?
Yes, that's right.
Did she provide you with a key card to a hotel, or what looked like a key card to a hotel?
She did.
Do you see that person who gave you Charles Vallow's key card in the courtroom today?
I do.
And can you point her out and identify what she's wearing?
Yes. She's sitting at the defense table wearing a black blazer.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
It shall.
Now, at this time, you had already watched the Burger King video that we've discussed. Did she appear to be the same person you saw driving that red Kia Sorento?
Yes, that's correct.
And when you went to the residence at 5531 South Four Peaks, did you see a red Kia Sorento at that residence?
I did.
And did that have Colorado license plates of BRS 084?
It did.
Did that appear to match the vehicle you also saw going through the drive-through of that Burger King?
It did.
When you got the key card, did you then meet up with Detective Moffett to go to the hotel?
Correct.
And was that the True Hilton at 1950 South Santan Village Parkway in Gilbert?
Yes.
When you went there, were you able to verify that that's where Charles Vallow was staying?
Yes, I believe Detective Moffett spoke to them, but then we were directed to a room. To a room.
So were you present with Detective Moffett during that?
I was present, yes.
Okay. And so you were provided with a room number where he was staying?
Yes.
And were you provided, well, you had a room key already to get in there?
Correct.
Did you, while you were there or later, obtain both an affidavit and record showing that Charles Vallow had stayed at that hotel?
Yes.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 219.
Thank you.
Does 219 contain an affidavit authenticating the reservation and room information for Charles Vallow at that True Hilton Hotel?
It does.
And that's the hotel you had gone to with the key card that you got from the defendant?
Yes, that's correct.
The state will move to admit, and I forget what number that is. Is that 219? Sorry.
This is 219.
State will move to admit 219.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
219 is admitted.
And if I can publish that,
Go
we
ahead.
all know. Thank you. So let's pull out a little. We see this is from in Exhibit 219, the True Hilton at 1950 South Santan.
Yes,
And did this show that Charles Vallow arrived on the 10th and was supposed to leave on the 13th?
yes, that's correct.
And then were you also provided with information that this was Charles Vallow's room?
Yes, that's right.
Did you and Detective Moffett go into room 127?
We did.
And when you went in there, what was inside?
There were items that I understood to belong to Mr. Vallow. That was our primary reason for being there, was to secure them. A backpack, 2 suitcases, I believe, at least 1 laptop computer. I assisted in gathering these up and impounding them.
Okay. So all of those items were brought to the Chandler Police Department and impounded.
That's right.
Okay. After you had gone to the True Hilton Hotel, did you also learn that the defendant had told Detective Enclem that she had stopped at a Walgreens to buy some flip-flops?
Initially, I was told a CVS. Whether I misunderstood or there was a miscommunication, I initially believed it was a CVS.
So did you try to locate a CVS in the generic area that you're looking at of the Burger King and the school?
I did. I tried actually 7 different CVS locations trying to locate video and wasn't able to.
So at that point, you were unable to verify that initially.
Correct.
Were you then asked to review the GPS data that was extracted from Charles Vallow's cell phone?
I was.
Did you have anything to do with extracting the data from his cell phone?
I did not.
Can you talk to us about this GPS data that's part of this extraction? Like, do all cell phones give us GPS data?
As an end user and the person who doesn't do the extraction, depending on a particular user's settings, particularly if we're talking about smartphones, phones equipped with a GPS module and where that GPS module is working, they may record the GPS location of the device for various reasons, depending on the settings. I, for example, keep my GPS location off, so you would not expect to find very many GPS recorded locations on my device. Many people keep them on. I find it's quite common. If so, then the people in the computer forensics unit are able to extract data from the phone to include logged GPS locations, and then can produce that in a report, which as an end user, I can view the latitude, longitude that was recorded by the device for one reason or another, and the date and time that it was recorded by the device. And that gives us GPS locations to look at for where the device may have been.
So for Charles Vallow's phone, were you, through that extraction, provided with, I'll call it ongoing GPS data location for his phone on July 11th?
Yes, so there were GPS locations recorded on the device for July 11th, which was the time period of interest, and I was able to look at those.
Okay. So did you look and see if there were GPS location device information on the phone for other dates as well?
I did not do that.
You're just looking at the date of this shooting?
Correct.
And when we talk about the device, so this is telling you not who has the device, just where the device is.
That's right.
When you were looking at that GPS data from the extraction of Charles Vallow's phone, did you discover that Lori Vallow may have actually gone to a Walgreens?
I did.
Based upon looking at that information, did you find an address at 785 South Cooper Road that corresponded to a Walgreens where you saw the device at around 8:15 a.m. on July 11th?
I did.
Based upon seeing that GPS data, did you go to that Walgreens?
Yes, I initially called. I eventually went.
After going to 7 CVS, you decided to call?
I decided to call.
And when you called, did you learn that they did in fact, well, what did you do? How did they know what you're even looking for?
I called, asked to speak to a manager, as I will often do in things like this, and said, I don't tell them specifically why, but I'm looking to see if a person came through, and I provide a general description of that person and what it is that they may have purchased. Usually that's enough. That's what I did in this case. That's enough for them to find if they do or don't have that transaction on video. That's what I did.
So you have the time and the date, the 8/15 and July 11th, and you just give them a description and see if they can find anything that matches?
Correct.
Did they advise you they did?
They did.
Did you go to that Walgreens and obtain a copy of that surveillance footage
I did.
from multiple cameras?
Correct.
Did you also obtain a copy of the receipt of her purchase?
I did.
My paralegal can approach with 216. And so looking at 216, do you see an affidavit for that Walgreens that you contacted regarding obtaining both the surveillance video and the receipt, as well as a copy of the receipt and the video itself?
I do.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit Exhibit 216.
Objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
216 is admitted.
And if I can publish the receipt portion. So for this receipt, it advises that at 8/19, there was a purchase for 2 different pairs of flip-flops.
Yes.
Okay. And that corresponded to what you observed on the video that is in this exhibit as well?
Yes, that's correct.
In watching this video, did you recognize the person making that purchase?
I did.
And who did you recognize that to be?
I recognized Ms. Lori Vallow at the time, now Ms. Daybell, from having seen the body-worn video and also having met her in person.
Okay. And the video that you obtained here, did you also incorporate that into a PowerPoint presentation that you created showing the GPS data location from July 11th of 2019?
I did.
When you, well, let me ask you, so did you create a PowerPoint presentation of the GPS data from Charles Vallow's cell phone for July 11th of 2019?
I did.
When you were creating this PowerPoint, did you use any phone records for other individuals such as Lori Vallow?
I did.
When you were creating this PowerPoint, did you utilize cell phone records? And I think you talked to us about the difference here, and cell tower data that was provided to you by the providers. And by providers, I mean like a T-Mobile or an AT&T.
Those records were provided to Chandler Police Department, not to me directly. I later obtained copies that I used to incorporate in my presentation.
So were you aware of search warrants that were issued to obtain cell phone records to include cell tower data for several different individuals?
Yes.
So in your PowerPoint presentation, did you utilize GPS data that was for Lori Vallow's Verizon cell phone with a phone number of 808-755-5452.
One minor clarification, I wouldn't
Sure.
call it GPS data particularly. There's location
Cell tower
data,
data.
correct, but not specifically derived via GPS, as was the data from Mr. Vallow's phone.
And if I can have Exhibit 222. In Exhibit 222, do we see both an affidavit authenticating Lori Vallow's Verizon cell phone records for that 808-755-5452?
We-
Thumb drive of all of the phone records.
Yes, it does.
And does it also include some printouts from those records themselves?
Yes, it does.
State won't move to admit 222 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
222 is admitted.
Did you utilize then some of the cell tower data that was provided by Verizon in those records for Lori Vallow's cell phone in your PowerPoint presentation?
I did.
Did you also become aware of the police executing a search warrant for another cell phone associated to Lori Vallow with T-Mobile for 480-692-9562?
Yes.
Were you provided with those records so that you could also look at the cell tower usage of that phone on July 11th?
Yes.
If my paralegal can approach with 220. Looking at Exhibit 220, is there an affidavit in there from T-Mobile
Yes, there is.
related to, again, Lori Vallow? Does it also include a thumb drive of all the records in there,
It does.
as well as some of the records printed out?
Yes, it does.
The state will move to admit Exhibit 220.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
220 is admitted.
If I can just do one more. Before
Go ahead.
Were you also made aware that search warrants were executed to obtain Verizon cell phone records for Alexander Cox for a phone number of 480? Did you utilize those records and the cell tower data that was part of them in your PowerPoint presentation for July 11th of 2019?
Yes.
And if I can have my paralegal approach with 221. Looking at 221, do you see an affidavit there from Verizon for the Verizon cell phone records for 480-310-9120?
I see an affidavit, but I see this is the number ending 5452.
And if you can look at is there a second affidavit in there?
Yes, this does include 9120, but I saw on the envelope here, it lists the
And
other
there's-
number.
Perfect. So there's an affidavit in there for the 9120 number
There is.
associated with Alexander Cox.
Yes,
And there's also a thumb drive in there of all the phone records associated with, again, that number 480-310-9120.
yes,
And those were, again, records that you utilized in creating your PowerPoint for
Yes.
July 11th. The state will move to admit Exhibit 221.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
221's admitted.
Now, you talked to us earlier about your training and experience in using GPS data and cell tower data, correct?
Yes.
Um, When you are looking at either GPS data from a cell phone or cell tower data from a provider, do you try to verify the accuracy of that information by comparing it to other sources?
Absolutely.
For instance, you told us that you were using the GPS data from Charles Vallow's cell phone and you went to Burger King.
Correct.
And were you looking at the times to see if the GPS data and time matched what you saw in that video?
Yes, with one slight correction. I went to the Burger King initially because it was the closest one. Later, when I was given the GPS data, I looked and saw that it did, in fact, accord to the Burger King. And then I went to the Walgreens because of what I had seen in the GPS data. In either direction that you do that in, essentially what I'm trying to do is make sure just because a device has logged a location at a particular date and time doesn't have to mean it was there. The device could be wrong. It could have been changed in some way. One of the things that we do to make sure that we are relying on good data only is to find other means of corroborating if the device was apparently at that location.
Thank you. So I have this plugged in here, if I can just admit it, but did you provide the state with Exhibit 209, that is a thumb drive of your PowerPoint, right?
Yes.
Did you sign, and I think put your badge number on the back of it?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's something you created that we've talked about, incorporating all of these different records that we've discussed.
That's correct.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit Exhibit 209 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
209's admitted.
Might be a good time to break
Right.
before we start with this.
All right, let's take our noon recess. I'll remind the jury of the admonition. We'll resume with the jury at 1:30 p.m.
All rise for the jury. All right, sorry. So they are on lunch, and I'm just doing the banner again because I forgot to do it earlier. Because obviously I forget. Watching Lori Vallow interview. So break time. I mean, what do you guys think about this morning? Do you guys think the state's advanced a little bit further into proving Lori's culpability, or Lori did that all by herself? So I think she did it all by herself. She doesn't need help to incriminate herself into anything because she is absolutely insane. Thinking that she can do this all by herself and do a good job. Sorry, that almost killed um my ears. So I don't know. I think so far state has proven that Charles wasn't alive by Alex, no matter what, self-defense or not self-defense. I kind of they proved that it wasn't self-defense because of the bat DNA proof and everything else that's there, the lack of evidence that there is towards that claim. And they are now disproving all the lies that Lori said about the timings and everything that it took. So they are going through that. And I think that is a good move from them, even though I'm not gonna lie, this testimony is a little bit boring. But yeah, I think they are doing a good job anyway. So they're gonna be back in about an hour and a half. I'm gonna be playing the Lori Vallow's interview, Lori Vallow Daybell interview. Well, at this time she was only Vallow, so I'm just gonna call her Vallow. Lori Vallow's interview. We did see little bits and pieces from this interview yesterday during court, but today is just going to be the whole segment. And I'm going to take advantage and I'm going to take a little bit of a nap because I can barely keep my eyes closed. That's open. Barely keep my eyes closed. Yeah, I can keep my eyes open at the moment. So, oh, and Zizzy is gonna go vacuum. If you want to go to my house afterwards, Zizzy, you're more than welcome. So we'll be right back, guys, and for the part of the afternoon, just put that across, and let's get watching.
Yeah. And then I'll so just make it easier so you don't have to.
Sweet.
Yeah, you got it.
Thank you.
I'll be helping, yes. So if you want.
Yeah, Malfik's using the other one,
Okay.
so you'll be, Brendan's gonna monitor for him.
Okay, so just run out this way.
Okay.
If there's anything, but it, yeah.
Perfect.
Okay, no problem.
Okay.
Oh, wow. That's awesome. You know what, I have a suggestion for you go back to school, I try to talk to the teachers, but in high school, they don't care. They're like, you're not here to do the work, or no, like, they don't care. They're
Well, and I
so
think
horrible.
with high school, it's like, they're just pumping.
But when she was in elementary and junior high, all the teachers worked with her, they were nice about it, but by high school, there's so many kids that just don't care. And I was like, just take it, you're so smart, let's just take it and see if you pass it. She passed it,
And
like,
got a really good score.
yeah, she passed it with like college ready in every category, the first time.
Well, and now she can do what she wants, so
Exactly.
she's better off that way.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I know Lori's your first name, right? Lauri.
Lori.
Okay. And then what's your last name?
Vallow, Vallow.
And your date of birth? And your phone number? And you live at the house, right? Okay. Okay, I know this sounds silly, but it's probably the easiest way to start, is just to tell me what happened. And then, so you can start what makes the most sense to you, and we'll just work our way through, and I'm gonna ask you a bunch of questions just to kind of clarify.
Sure.
So I know you talked to the initial patrol officer,
And he just got information. He didn't say anything.
so yeah, if you can just kind of tell me kind of what happened. It sounds like some of this may have started last night or something along those lines, so
Right.
start where you think it makes the most sense.
Okay, so, I
I told you, it's a crazy question.
Well, so we moved into this house 3 weeks ago because he offered to get me a house here where all my family is. So we
Okay.
were in Houston. And so he's like, we had decided to separate or whatever. So he's like, well, I'll pay for a house for you and for JJ and whatever, because he's all about JJ. He's never about Tylee, but he's all about JJ. Because we adopted him together. He's his great nephew. We adopted him as a baby. And so we adopted him as a baby, and so we've been raising him together. And he travels all the time for business, so he's used to just going back and forth. So he's always gone like Monday through Friday. So he came when we first moved in and brought me stuff from Houston, like a U-Haul, and then he hasn't been back. But it's all these threats on my phone all the time, you know, like whatever, all these things. And then he told me,
What kind of threats?
just you'd have to read them to me, but he's always mad at me, right?
Okay.
And he doesn't want a divorce, but I don't like him and don't want to deal with him, so that's just how it is. Like, so we married for 14 years, we've dealt with it for 14 years, and him being horrible to her. Like, he gets in huge fights with her, a lot of things. But anyway, so he said, I'm coming Wednesday night, all of a sudden. I want to see JJ. And I told him, I said, I will never keep JJ from you. You can come see whatever you want to, come take him to school, whatever. Like, I'm not going to do that.
So when you initially moved, he had said he was gonna buy you a house, so you moved here with your.
Yeah, he was gonna rent us a house.
And so you
'Cause
moved,
all my family lives here, so we lived here for a long time.
okay,
And then he moved us to Houston,
okay,
and we were there with my son. He was out of school. He didn't have any of his like services, his DDD, his
Yeah.
anything. He like ripped him out of school and said, "We're moving."
okay.
And I didn't go with him at first, and he took him. And I let him take him,
Mhm.
and I didn't file anything or whatever. And then he filed something against me and said, I'm only gonna get supervised visits because I'm crazy and blah, 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 you know, the story. And so I just didn't talk to him for like 30 days and let him take care of him and let him see what I've been doing for the
Yeah.
past 7 years, because men need to do that. You know, I have 5 kids,
Yeah.
I have grown kids, I have grandkids.
Yeah.
Like, okay, you're gonna threaten me that you're not gonna let me see my child without supervised visitation?
Right.
Okay, do it for 30 days and see how long it lasts. You're
Right.
begging me to come pick him up.
Yeah.
Which he did. She's like, come back and whatever. So I moved in with them to Houston
Okay.
for the family, you know, and Tylee went with me. We drove to Houston from here and left all our family and all his support, all my
Yeah.
son's support, like his cousins, everything. And we were there, and I enrolled him in school there. I tried to start all his services, and it takes forever.
Yeah.
You know, it takes so long to get that done.
There's no easy transferring.
There's
anything.
no easy transfer.
You start from
State
the
to
beginning.
state, it's a totally new thing.
Yeah.
And he didn't do any of it in
Mhm.
those 30 days. So he just had gone without services, without even applying. And I'm like, do you even realize? Because he didn't ever do it in the first place. I did it. Long story. I'll keep it short. He hasn't been here in a couple weeks since we moved in.
Okay.
He came. He was very nasty when he was there, but he travels for business. So he went back to the Houston house,
Okay.
and he's like, I'm coming on Wednesday night, and I'm gonna come pick up JJ and take him to school Thursday, pick him up Thursday, take him Friday, whatever. And I said, Casey wanted to come to the house, and I said, you can't come stay at this house because you can't get along with Tylee. She's a minor. She has to live here.
Yeah.
So because he gets in huge fights up there,
Okay.
and she hates him. And so I'm like, you can't stay at the house, so I will book you a hotel, because he stays in hotels all the time because he travels for business, and the business pays for it, right?
Uh-huh.
So I said, I will book you a hotel nearby.
What does he do?
He works with teachers and their retirement plans, but he goes to them at their school.
Oh,
He
okay.
mostly works in California,
Okay.
no matter where we live. And we lived in Hawaii, he'd work in California, he'd work in Texas. He has like books of business in different areas. And so he just goes wherever.
Okay.
It kind of just gives him freedom that he doesn't have to stay home every day and take care of special needs.
Yeah.
It's like an excuse, right? So I've done that myself for the last 7 years anyway. And I was a single mom before I married him with my 2 kids.
Yeah.
And he had 2 kids. We got married, tried to make a family. You know,
Yeah.
how it goes. Anyway. So he said he was coming last night. I said, well, you can't stay at this house because you can't get along with Tylee. And I'll get you a hotel. You can come play with JJ. But he goes to school all day.
Yeah.
I got him back into his school. His services, I met with the DDD yesterday, and they finally are getting his services back, but we're paying $125 a day to have him back at school because he's so out of his routine. He's been
Yeah.
a nightmare on the floor, kicking stuff, hitting stuff, walls, like, he just ripped him out of his life.
Yeah.
So, anyway, just how he is, because he only thinks about himself, so. He says, coming to get JJ, and JJ's like, I don't want Dad, because he knows Dad took him away, so he was freaking out,
Okay.
right? So I didn't tell him he was even coming, like, Dad's gonna come take you to school, I think. So he didn't bother me last night, which I was surprised. I was expecting kind of an ambush for him to kind of like come over or be just mean
Uh-huh.
and say, it's my house, I'm on the lease, I'm gonna stay here, kind of thing. Because that's kind of his macho attitude. And so he came this morning, I was getting JJ ready.
So
for
he
school.
got in last night, but he wasn't at the house last night.
Yeah, I didn't hear from him, except for he texted me and said, I'll be there at 7:30 to pick up JJ.
Okay.
And I was like, okay, that was good, 'cause I didn't hear from him. And then he came over in the morning and he's like banging on the door. I'm like, oh great, here we go, you know. And I was just gonna be nice. I'm just gonna be nice as possible. And I had JJ stuff all ready for school. And so
Do you remember about what time he got there?
he said he'd be there at 7:30, but it was more like 7:40-ish
Okay.
or 7:35, I don't know.
Okay.
But I remember thinking, looking at the clock, and he wasn't there at 7:30, and he's usually Mr.
Yeah.
On
Punctual.
time. Yes. So I was like, okay. And then JJ was like, oh, Dad. And then he was like, Mommy, and like ran to me and like holding me. He's like, you're not taking me to school. And I was like, it's okay, Dad, can just drive you to school. It's not a big deal. You know, just trying to make it whatever.
Calm.
Yeah, calm. And then he was just being real smirky and real like jerky, you know, to me. And I was like ignoring him, whatever. And so he was like, I'm leaving.
Your brother lives there with you?
No,
Okay.
he had stayed with me last night because I was worried he was gonna come over and
Okay.
cause trouble with me.
Okay.
And just wanted someone else there, like my brother there, because I trust my brother. And it's been a long story. Like, I had to go live at my brother's when he took JJ, and, you know, he's just been difficult. So, anyway. So I got JJ's stuff ready. And he was like, well, and he's like this about timing. He's like, I'm leaving in 20 minutes because it's like 15 minutes to the school, and like you can't get there early. They don't open the gates until like 8:20 or something like that. And I said, well, why don't you just go now? I don't want him in the house. I'm like, why don't you just go now and take him to Burger King because that's what he likes for breakfast. And he's very particular about food. Like, he wanted chicken fries for breakfast and this Sprite. Like, and I just get what he wants because if you don't get what he wants, then it's like on the floor screaming, dragging him in, just go like, and he's big and he's heavy and it's hard for me to handle. But anyway, so I said, just go. And so he said, okay. So I gave him a backpack. He got in the car. This is his MO, right? He always leaves something in the house and comes back. He never leaves the first time. I always expect my husband to come back into the house, right? So I guess he had left his phone on the counter.
So he initially left with the backpack and with JJ?
And so he put them in the car, in the driveway, and then he came back in, right? So I kissed JJ goodbye. He came back in, and his phone was on the counter, and I had his phone. And he was like, give me my phone. And I was like, why don't you show me your text that you've been texting, blah, 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 you know, whatever. Because he's like acting really weird, like he's plotting something against me. Like, I'm like, why are you even here? Like, what did you come here for? You know, he's been talking to my other brother. My brother came into town at the same time last night, and I haven't talked to my brother in a while, my other brother, and I was like, and so he was texting him on the phone when he first got to my house, and I'm like, why are you texting Adam? Like, do you even talk to him? Like, my other brothers. And, you know, he's been telling me all these texts, like, you're going down, blah, 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 blah. He's blaming me for our marriage breaking up and my niece getting divorced and my friend getting divorced. He said, I'm a destroyer of families because I want everybody to get divorced. I'm like, what would my motivation be for people getting divorced? So I could babysit the kids more? Like, why would I have any control over what people do? Yeah. So it's just very odd. But anyway, he goes nuts. He's gone nuts on us a lot of times. Tylee and I have had to leave with JJ over the years, probably 5 times, and just stay in a hotel for 2 days because he goes nuts. Like, you don't know what's going to set him off. Like, whatever. And she's mad at me for always, like, going back. But we had JJ, and he's special needs, and it's really hard. Like, it's even hard to take care of by yourself.
So when you say he goes nuts, that can mean a lot of different things. Right. So goes nuts like yelling and screaming.
Yeah,
goes
yelling
nuts
and screaming.
Like breaking things. Goes nuts like physical violence.
He's never really, besides like grabbing us or pushing us, but not like punching us or something. But with Tylee, he has gotten physical. Before, and with my grown son.
Like physical how?
Like got into a physical fist fight with my son when he was 16. And he came after Tylee 2 times in Hawaii. And like went like he was gonna hit her, but then I got in between them. Right.
How old was she when that happened?
Probably 13 and 14.
So this morning he comes back in and...
He comes back in, I wouldn't give him his phone. He was screaming at me to give him his phone. He was very worried about whatever was on his text that he did not want me to see. And so I was just holding it there, and he was screaming at me. And I was kind of walking towards around the house with it, so he couldn't get it. He's like reaching for it and stuff like that. And so Tylee came out of her room upset, and she had a bat, and she told him to leave her mother alone, like, right? So she was really whatever, and he's screaming at her, don't you hit me with that bat, blah, 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 blah. And then my brother heard all the commotion because he was in there in bed, and so he came out into the main room, and I guess whatever.
What's your brother's name?
Alex.
Alex, okay.
And then he just started, he was screaming and he was super upset and whatever, and he's yelling at Tylee, don't you hit me with that bat, and blah, blah, blah. And so Tylee, I guess, I don't know if she swung at him or what, but he like grabbed the bat from Tylee and then went to like hit Tylee with the bat. It was, and I was right there, they were right there, and my brother grabbed him from behind, like just to stop him from hitting Tylee.
You go like this, like he grabbed him, like.
Yeah, from behind, like just kind of to pull him back. And then they got into the thing, and he's hitting him with the bat, and they're on the ground, like grappling around or whatever. And then, I mean, that was all.
And he
quickly.
And he hit your brother with the bat while they were grappling and stuff?
Yeah, yes, he was hitting him with the bat, like swinging the bat, you know, back and forth, and they were kind of like on the ground, and I was like freaking out trying to go around, knowing JJ was in the car, right? And so then he got up and he had the bat like this towards me, and I was going around the other side to try to just get out of his range where he couldn't hit me. And then I had told Tylee, because she was on the ground, because after he took the bat from her, she fell back. And so I told her, I was like, go get in the car with JJ. Like, I don't want JJ coming in to the house, or, and I wanted her out of the way. I wanted the kids out of the way of whatever this fight was going to be. And then,
do you remember what your husband or your brother were saying or yelling during all of this? If they were at all?
Just kind of, get off me, ow, or whatever, you know, whatever. They were like, don't talk to my niece about it, whatever. Like, it was, I don't remember specifics, but they were kind of both, they were kind of in the heat of it. I don't think there was many words that I remember.
So Tylee goes outside.
Yeah, she was outside.
And then what happened?
Then they got up from that, and my brother had like stepped back, I guess, and then Charles was coming with me at the back and yelling at me to give him his phone still, because I had it in my hand. It was all really quickly. And then when I went around kind of in the circle, then my brother was there.
When you said when you were going around and he was coming at you with the bat, how was he holding the bat?
Just like that, like backwards.
Like he was swinging it backwards? He would have done like
he would have swung it backwards at me, not frontwards.
Okay, yeah.
He was a professional baseball player.
Okay.
So it was a good idea for Tylee to get out of that.
Probably not the.
I mean, he played semi-pro when he was young. But yeah, and then I was kind of turned around. And we were all right there in that room, except for the kids had been outside by that time, and I heard the gunshot. And
so you heard the shot? Did you actually see the shot, or did you just hear it?
I had gone around to the kitchen to get away from him, and so back around. So I don't know if he went in the house.
I didn't, so I'm a little bit of a disadvantage.
Yeah, so I didn't see the shot. I heard it, and then I came back around and I saw that he was on the ground.
Okay.
And I was freaking out.
Yeah.
And so I was just freaking out, and it just went into mama. I'm like, I've got to go to get JJ to school. I've got to get to the kids. I just felt like I got to get to the kids. And so I just went outside and to see if they were in there. Okay, I didn't want them coming back in the house when all that was going on. And got JJ in the car, and he was trying to come in, and Tylee was like looking at me with like the crazy eyes, like what just happened. And I told her to get in the car and we're going to take JJ to school. And I just left.
When you came back in and you saw him on the ground, where was your brother? Did you see him where he was at?
Yeah, he was right in front of him.
Okay.
Like it all happened very quickly. That was, I mean, I feel like I was there because I was right there, and like a second later, like I just went around the kitchen to get away from him.
Did your brother say anything to you at all? Do you remember?
No, we were both just in shock.
Okay.
Like it was just I didn't say anything. I went out with the kids just to check on them first, and I was gonna come back in maybe, but I didn't. I was like, I just have to get him to school and call the police and come back, you know. Whatever.
Did anybody say did you or your brother say anything at some point about calling the police or calling 911? Do you remember?
Yeah, he called me.
Okay.
And he said, are you taking JJ to school? And I said, yeah, we need to call the police. And he said, okay.
Okay. So he called you when you didn't come back inside, basically?
Right.
Okay.
Because I was like, in the car for a minute, and then I was like, what do I do?
Mhm.
And I didn't want JJ to go inside, and I
Okay,
didn't know what to do, and Tylee was freaking out. I was trying to get them away from the scene.
understandable.
Mm-hmm.
Do you, and you may not know this,
Mhm.
so, because I know you heard the shot, do you know at what point your brother had the gun? Do you know if he had it when they got in their first fight, or did he have to go get it, or do you know that at all?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
And do you remember if you ever heard your brother?
I didn't see him ever leave the room.
Okay.
So it was so fast. All that was so fast. Like him on the ground rolling around and I'm screaming, and
this probably happened in a couple seconds.
Yeah, I mean it was like super fast.
And I don't know if you know this or not, does your brother normally carry a gun? Like, I carry a gun everywhere I go.
Right. Like I
So-
know he's a gun person. Like he
Okay.
has guns and things.
Okay.
He's good with guns.
Did you know that he had one with him
No,
when he came over?
no, but
Okay.
I wouldn't be surprised if he did, because
Okay.
he's very, very professional with guns.
Proficient, professional. Responsible is usually a good
Right,
but
very responsible with guns. Right.
And then, do you remember if at any time, so you were trying to get away from him,
Right.
and you heard the shot. Prior to the shot, do you remember at any point hearing your husband or your brother saying anything to either of them?
No.
So my second very ridiculous question is there anything else that I didn't ask about, or anything that we didn't cover that you think is important? I always ask that just because I wasn't there, and so we're going through something that happened a super small amount of time.
Yes. Can I
So,
step?
Yeah, go for it.
Just thinking.
Mm-hmm.
Just that. He was just so angry, like super scary.
Did
You know how you take your phone away from like a 16-year-old and they freak out? Like their world disintegrates. Like I've taken my phone away from a 16-year-old boy before, and he's like wanted to kill himself because like they kidnapped him. That's how it was. It was like, is something on his phone that he does not want me to see, that he was like freaking out, like to the point where I thought he would hit me in the back of the head to get the phone.
Okay. So you thought, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you thought it was possible that he was going to hurt you.
Absolutely, he was going to hurt me and Tylee.
Okay.
Not JJ. He would never hurt JJ.
Okay.
And he hurt my brother. Like he was going like ballistic about. It was bad.
Okay. I'm gonna go talk to her real quick.
Okay.
And then if obviously, we'll be here for a little bit, hopefully not too much longer. But if you think of anything, or there's anything that kind of pops in your head, or something else that we didn't cover, obviously. So I'm gonna go talk to her for just a little bit, and then I'll kind of come back and check with you. And then we'll kind of go from there. So I know my partner's talking to your brother over in one of the other interview rooms. So we're gonna just try to get, as much done as we can and go from there.
Okay.
Okay. And then, is there anybody that you need to call or anything, or you want to wait a little bit?
I don't know what I would say.
No. And wait a little bit. We'll see.
Yeah. I don't know what I would say.
And if you want to, you can think about it. So we do have victim services that work within the police department. They're right over here. They're not cops, they're civilians. And they do, Jessica, who's out there with the fire department, so they're kind of our crisis response. They come right away. So our victim services that work in the department are kind of more long-term. type support system. So they're just a really good resource because they do a lot of stuff with our families and things like that, and can help with support services and questions you might have.
She's been through so much.
So it might be a good
I
idea.
just can't stand for her to have to go through all this.
Yeah, it might be a good idea maybe before I take you guys back today, that I get one of them to come in and maybe sit and talk with you guys and see. And it's not something there's a bunch of stuff they can, offer, but it's good to have a contact and like a name and a face and a phone number.
That'd be good.
That way maybe a couple days from now, a week from now, or if there's something going on or you think you need help with something, it may not be something that's necessarily up like me and my partner's alley, but it very much may be up theirs. So I'd like for you to meet one of them before we leave. That way, hopefully if there's something that they can help you and your daughter with, they can, or even JJ or whatever else.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
I hadn't thought about him.
Yeah. So.
I mean, he's used to him not being there, but he wouldn't understand even if you told him.
Right.
Like, that somebody passed away, he doesn't understand
What that means. Well, I mean, it's hard at 7 to understand that anyways.
Right, that's true, but with him, he just doesn't, which is probably better because he doesn't comprehend things, but I don't know, it's just, that's a lot to think about.
Yeah. So let me go find one of them, and then we'll make sure that you guys get to meet with them before you leave, because that might be something very helpful for you guys. And I'm going to go speak with your daughter for just a little bit, and we'll kind of go from there.
Okay.
Okay? And if you need anything, let me know, okay? Okay. I like your daughter a lot.
She's fun.
Yeah. So one of the victim services, Denise, is here. So I kind of told her just a little bit of what happened. So if you're good with it, I'm going to have her come over and I'm going to introduce her to you guys so you guys can talk for a little bit, which kind of works well too because I need to run over to where my partner's at and just talk to him a little bit. That way you guys will have a little bit, hopefully, extra support if you need it. So I'm going to go grab Denise real fast and then introduce you guys.
Okay.
Okay?
So that was the Lori Vallow interview. What you guys thought of it? I'm gonna be honest, I did not watch one bit. I fell asleep. I literally fell asleep. My neck is now sore. Which I don't know if that's a good good thing. I think you guys were entertained. I'm really sorry. I apologize for that. It's just I definitely needed that nap. Maybe Laurie was looking at the teddy for sure. I think she might have been. Um Oh, you were told. Oh my days. I need to go back and scroll up, don't I? Um Oh my days, you guys. I definitely know. Ugh. Oh, I need to to investigate what this garden bot did. Um. Oh, garden bot. Oh, like, uh, no. Uh, taxes. I actually like taxes. It's my favorite time of the year. But I'm a weird person, so he didn't do anything. Are you sure about that? That he didn't do not do anything? Um, let me. Okay, Court is. What time is Court even back? I don't even know. I am so confused that I think I am so tired. That I don't even know when Court is back. I think it's at 5 p.m. Eastern, isn't it? Cause yeah, I think it might. Well, yeah. As like the thing is, well, American taxes, I don't know. Don't ask me. Don't quote me on that. I don't know about those. But UK taxes, I'm getting like to be an expert. That is for sure. Florida has until May 1st to file because of the hurricanes, according to. Oh, that is good. That is good. Case one, I think he did actually. You know what? That's why I haven't turned on the camera because I don't know if he did anything to me because I need to check. I just noticed that Laurie has stopped talking, and I needed to check if there's anything else we can put on and watch until we come back again. That is for sure. We definitely need to do that. Um, and make sure that we do not miss anything. Um, definitely. I will definitely keep an eye on that, Lois, for sure. Did not fall asleep. Tell me without you watch Friends without watching Friends. Yeah, the airplanes definitely. Oh my days, you guys. I was like, I definitely needed that nap. That nap was good. Was way too good. But I don't think I'm ever gonna sleep in the chair though, because chairs are not comfortable to fall asleep on. That is for sure. Like I do not recommend chairs to fall asleep on. They are not comfortable at all. To fall asleep. That is for sure. I'm actually kind of like strolling into what to see what what to watch during this. Well, we still have like about half an hour to go until court so starts back up again. I'm trying to see if there is anything else we can catch up on. Um, so I was like, I could sleep longer, believe me, I could, Lois. But kind of heard Garden Bot like in a very distant saying that um you know the people were asking to you guys were asking to fast forward and everything, so I was just like, okay, I need to get up and I need to get up and actually do this things now. But so which is fine. I mean, the thing is, I had this bit, what was about what half an hour that I think it was about half an hour that I fell asleep, so I'll have another 3 hours soon anyway, so that is absolutely fine. um so we can yeah. Oh, I heard Garden Bot saying, because he was you was saying that that's like people are asking to fast forward. I think was case one was asking to fast forward, and I was like, okay, yeah, that's fine. um so the thing is, when I nap, I can still hear, but I can sleep and hear things at the same time, but I just ignore it and sleep. But when I'm asleep during the night, I'm sleeping. I literally am unalive to the outside world, and do not hear anything, do not feel anything, and just literally, yeah, not even be aware of my surroundings. Like the other time, there was an alarm clock, um an alarm, a fire alarm going off, and I literally didn't even um yeah, yeah, didn't even woke up. So absolutely, yeah. So that was good. Oh, that one is still going. Wow. So I'm just still trying to see what's going on. Oh my days, no way, not again. Really? Well, I think we're gonna watch some breaking news. Sorry to say. Hang on.
Space we know as parents walk through with their children, they keep their head down. That is your sign that they do not want to talk. One person, one mom yelled out to me, and listen, we have to be understanding of the emotions that are happening in these moments. She yelled out to me, "I'm tired of talking. We need more doing." And that's really telling. She said, "I'm tired of talking. We need more doing." Speaking to the frustration that a lot of parents are having. Keep in mind,
Sorry, let me try to find another source, another feed for this. But oh my god, is not another one. That's just, oh my days. That's just not good news. It's uh just man. Trying to find one that it's no, Dallas. Yes, this one is in Dallas, Texas. Um I know it is, like this is absolutely, let's see if this, like, I'm trying to find one with commentary, but at the moment I can only find ones that has um no commentary, but I guess we can have a look, because there's things like, hang on, I'm putting up like news like that, like you can see on the fields there, and all those police cars. Oh my god. This is absolutely sad and hurtful and painful to watch.
yeah, Chris, we just rolled up on scene here. It is gridlock in and around the school. We're on the north end of this campus. There's a parking lot. You can hear more law enforcement as they're coming down the road. You can actually see a long line, and I'm sure you have a better vantage point. You have a better vantage point from the chopper. Just how many law enforcement vehicles we have here.
This is sad. This is terrible. Let's maybe find something else to watch, something that gives us a little bit more um yeah. This is, it is very sad situation, I'm not gonna lie. Very, very, very depressing, but it's also very depressing, and I don't want to um depress you guys too much. Yeah, okay, that is good. Not that it makes it better in a way, I understand that. So yeah. Okay, all right, no worries. Hi, Forrest Nelson. I hope you're okay, my friend. It's good to see you here. It's nice to see you. we are just trying to find something to watch throughout the break, but it's getting hard to find something. I think we're gonna just end up talking for the rest of the time. But because I mean there is things to watch, but it's just so hard sometimes, um hard to choose or what to watch. So it's just, and like we've watched the Lori Vallow interview, which was good, but I think it was more time like that she was there or not. But yeah, that's the I found the phone calls that Charles Vallow calls the life insurance company 3 times before he's unaliving. Do you want to do that one? Probably we'll do that one then, because yeah. Oh, did not even see that. Do you want to watch the Charles Vallow's concerning calls with the life insurance company? I think it's the Barnef life insurance something or something or other that you were saying. Let's maybe like just hear that then. Um, okay, let's pause you first and add you here. Hopefully
as well.
it'll work.
Okay, what's your full name?
Leland Charles Anthony Vallow, or L. Charles Vallow.
Okay, hold on a second, please. Okay, verify your date of birth. Address, your old address. Mhm. Okay, wait a second. You said, what's the house number again?
3688.
No, that's not what I have as a previous address.
Okay, the J Place?
No.
I don't know what you
Yeah,
I
I
really
have to
don't.
authenticate the call.
We're in Hawaii. We were in Hawaii. Was this the one in Hawaii?
Okay, this is in Texas, so all I can tell you.
This is 78746.
Okay. Now, what is your password? Just I have a password.
I don't have a password.
Okay, it's telling me that I need to authenticate a password, sir.
I don't have a password. I'm just changing my beneficiary.
Okay. Hold on a second, please. It says that somebody you put in a password here, sir. So I can't proceed without the password being confirmed.
I have no idea.
No. No.
I don't know what I don't ever remember setting up a password ever.
Okay.
And I'm the agent and the insured.
Okay. Yeah, I would still need to verify that password no matter who you are, because we have to go ahead and...
I don't have a password. How do I get a new password when I never set up one? Can you please tell me that? I know you're doing your job. This is just frustrating for me. I need to change the beneficiary. How do I do it when I don't have a password? I've never set up one. I don't know how else to do
That's
one.
good, my
What
love.
do I do? All I need is my policy number.
Okay. I can't send you anything until I actually get that verified. So
you can. So I can't do anything with my policy. I could die today. You would give anybody the money because I don't have a password.
Well, no, that's not...
Tell me what to do to get this done.
Okay. Hold on 1 second for me, okay?
Thank you.
Thanks.
Oh, this is so good.
All right. Thanks a lot for holding. I do appreciate your time. So this is the best I can do. And I'm sorry because we're a lot of people are in a meeting. I was trying to get you to somebody. So I'm going to mail a beneficiary form out. Okay. And then you'll get that. Is there anything else?
Which address are you mailing it to?
Well, we can't change anything right now because you know,
Yeah, 3300 BK Road, Suite 650.
that's the address that we authenticated you partially with, right?
Okay. And when did I set up a password?
Well, that was recent. It looks like on my note here.
I mean, how recent?
It looks like
6 months, 2 years?
220. No, February 20th.
Okay,
this year.
somebody else is calling on my account. That's fraud.
I don't know, sir. I mean, that's the thing is that I don't know.
I do know. I haven't
So-
called in on this policy in a long time.
Yeah, if you have concerns about that, then, you know, you need to supply some form of proof or something. But yeah, that's, you know, I'll be able to do that. But you can request that request in
my wife
writing.
left me 30 days ago. She's taken a ton of my money. I don't know what she's doing on this account, but it's fraud. I'm the guy. I'm Charles Vallow. I'm the insured and the owner of the policy. Correct? And I need to know what to do right now today to change my beneficiary to my sister.
So what you need to do, sir, is the following, okay? What I would recommend that you do is you send something in writing, letting us know in writing, and I'll give you a fax number or an email address, etc. You need to send something in writing and be as blatant as possible with your concerns, okay? I would be personal in saying that you feel like somebody is trying to take away your information and etc. And that you talk to me, my name's Kevin, and that I could not authenticate you or change your address because the password could not be changed. Now then what they'll do is they'll go back to the calls, okay, that were made recently. They'll go back to the calls that were made recently, and then they'll do an investigation on the trend to see if something like that was to happen. And
will they let me know?
Yeah, they'll let you know. You got to put your contact.
You
You got to put your contact information in, etc. And then they'll let you know. Yes.
I'll put my new address. I'll put my new phone number.
Yeah.
And
email address.
I've not added a password.
Email address.
I've not added a password or anything to my account. Somebody else has been messing with my account. Please discontinue any use and speak only with Charles Vallow or KF Kathleen Ethel Woodcock, the owner and beneficiary.
Yeah, and then,
like that?
Yeah, right. And then you want to mention my name, but you spoke to Kevin and he could not authenticate me.
What's your last name, Kevin?
Della Rosa, DELAROSA.
Could not authenticate password.
I'm sorry?
Okay, I put on there that Kevin
Yeah.
Della Rosa could not authenticate password.
Yeah, password that was listed on the account. And you're requesting to have an investigation done because you feel like somebody is trying, if somebody, you have to be personal. You have to say, I think you just used the word your ex-wife or your wife is trying to take away, and you say a brief synopsis that, she's taking
have an
your money.
investigation done.
Yeah, because you fear your wife is trying to.
My password was authorized in this account, and I did not do it.
Yeah, but don't just leave it like that because, you just told me that it was your wife. If you feel like that's something personal, then you need to say that so that we can go ahead and put this under investigation and review. People will go back and call and review calls that were made before to see what happened. But
Okay.
We'll just leave it like that in the air because.
And I'm going to email it. I'm going to fax it today, or can I email it?
Yeah, I can give you an email or a fax.
Give me an email. I'll do this right now.
Yeah, customer service at bannerlife.com. That's customer service at bannerlife.com.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for calling Legal in General and enjoy your day, sir. I'm sorry about that.
Bye.
Thank you for calling Legal in General. My name is Pam. Can I have your policy number?
Pam, I'm the agent and the owner of the policy insured. Name is Charles Vallow. V as in Victor. ALLOW. Social. Tell me when you're ready.
I'm ready. Okay. Okay, so you're calling. Whose social is that?
It's mine, the owner, and the agent.
Okay. Charles. Can I have your mailing address, please? me just check. You changed it with a customer service representative?
Yes, ma'am, this morning, about more than an hour ago.
Okay. Now, did you change it as an agent or as a policy owner? I'm not seeing.
Both.
Do you know who you spoke to?
I didn't write it down, ma'am. I realized I had to. Usually when I call, you guys take care of it.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to see if that was passed. Let me just see. One moment.
Well, here's my question. We'll go back to that, the address.
Okay.
I got on my banking statement, it says stop payment reviewed, item paid, Banner Life, 50750. Why would a stop payment be put on that? Who did that?
Okay. No, stop payment on.
The premium payment, the automatic, the EFT.
It's set to draft. It just drafted on February 15th. It's going to draft again on March 15th.
But why does it say on the banking statement, stop payment reviewed?
I don't have an answer for you on that. Yeah, I don't have an answer for you because that one, there's nothing noted here to stop payment. It's very, everything.
We're in good shape. We're good. I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
All right, sir, but your address, do you want me to
Okay.
Because what we have here, let's see, the Bees Cove Road.
My business address is, okay. My home address, I have two homes. My home address is in Gilbert, Arizona.
Okay, so all correspondence are going to go to the 3300 B Cove Road. If I change it, all yours as an agent will go to that address too.
That's fine. I still get mail to both places.
Okay, all right. You're all good then.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. I've got, is there any kind of identity lock or something I can put on my anybody that calls in on my policy so I can, I'm changing the insured to my sister for my special needs son as administrator. Can I put a lock or something, a code they have to give if anybody calls to ask about my policy? Is that possible? Will you guys do that?
Right, so I can put a special password, so you have to remember that because every time you call, you have to repeat that. All right? All right. Let me have your,
Can it be a 4-digit number or 5-digit?
Absolutely.
And you give no information to anyone that has that doesn't have that password.
Absolutely. That's what that's there for. So every time you call,
awesome. Thank you.
Okay, you have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you for your help. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you for calling Legal and General America. This is Lakshmi speaking. May I have your policy number, please?
I don't have a policy number. I'm the policy owner. I'm the agent and policy owner.
Okay.
I give my socials for.
I'm speaking to Mr. Charles Vallow.
That's just me. Just can you email me a beneficiary change form, please? And tell me who the beneficiaries are on the policy now.
Okay, let me pull the policy first. Hold on for a few seconds. So the primary beneficiary, can I also verify your address?
Pardon me?
Can I verify your address? What was your previous address?
Queen Creek, Arizona, 85142.
We have your Austin address still.
Austin, Texas, 78746. Can you change it to the Arizona address, please?
Okay. But since you are also an agent, you need to send that information to our licensing department, and you can email it to them or fax it to them. I can give you that information.
That's fine. Can you just email me a beneficiary change form is all I need on my policy.
Can I get your email
The
address?
policy number is charles.vallow, first name dot last name at gmail.com.
Okay. Okay, I just emailed you the form. You should be receiving that in a few seconds.
Sure. Thank you very much. Can you notify? Appreciate it. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
So that was the call between the Charles Vallow and the insurance company when he was trying to sort out the life insurance because Lori changed everything without telling him. And I'm back, everybody. Hello. So yeah, I mean, court should be back in about 15 minutes, so we can chat a little bit for 15 minutes. I'm gonna post in the link in the description in the chat below. If you want to pop in to say hello, you can do so. In terms of like, I saw your comment, Lois, and I want to say something about it because you said, I was going to say you need to double check what that last agent did, and I absolutely agree with you because when I call a company, right, some like a communications company, oh, I thought I posted the link and I didn't. Sorry, new keyboard. Let me remove the comment and do this correctly. And when I call the company, either is like the phone company or whatever company that I call, I always record the calls either by the memos, the record memos feature on the phone, or now iPhones on a certain iOS, you can record phone calls yourself as well. That has the system has that own feature now that you can record calls, and at least here in the UK, you can do that as long as you inform the person that the call is being recorded. And I do that. I obviously inform that the person that I'm calling to, like a phone company, like for example, that I am recording them just in case what they say goes against what happens, because sadly that happens way too often. Like I'm signing up, as for example, I changed the internet service that we had, and they said, oh, it's going to be for the first 3 months, it's going to be free, you're not going to have to pay anything for the first 3 months, and it's always going to remain the same price, blah blah blah. And I was like, okay, fair enough. I recorded that call because literally earlier this month in the UK, every April, every services like that is gonna goes up. Um, oh, of course, every services goes up, um, and I said when I was doing the contract, will it go up when the normal services go up? And the lady said no. I was like, okay, fair enough. So I understand that email was a general email that got sent to everybody. They did not personalize to every customer, but I got an email saying that the price was going to go up. So I called the company saying, I understand this. And I said, I understand that this is like a general email and everything, that you cannot personalize the email to every single person. But I just wanted to double check that my account is the value, it's not going to go up because of that increase that happens in April. Because when I renegotiated my contract, I got told that it was not going to go up. And the guy on the other line was like, oh, no, we cannot promise that. It's something that is not possible. And I basically say, I understand that, but your colleague did, and I have proof because I have a conversation that has been recorded. So if you guys don't keep your word, I can disconnect my services because you sold a product that you cannot guarantee me, because you're telling me that the server is like, oh, we're gonna have a look at it and everything, but call us, because I'm on a 3 months that is free, so I don't have to pay. They cannot do anything right now. I'm gonna have to wait this 3 months that we don't pay for the internet until I think it's June. And wait until June. So now, so see if it goes up, and then if it goes up, I have to call again and have an argument again and everything. But it's just the fact that companies, sadly, sometimes are not there to help us, and we have to help ourselves. So because they record us and they can use literally for training purposes, like they say, or to get you in court. So can we? Why can we not? You know, so I always, sadly, that's, wow, that is everywhere. So it was like I literally do that, and I was like, better safe than sorry. And I'm not gonna catch out. I'm not gonna like agree to a service unless I have proof of what they told me. It's either in writing or in a recorded call. And since I can record calls and no one can do anything about it because in the UK it's allowed, it's legal, I'm gonna record you. And if we're doing a business transaction or anything, I'm gonna record you. I'm sorry, it is what it is. Like, this world, sadly, it's too dubious, and like, we can't take sometimes some people's words. And because I've worked in a call center, right, and I know that some of these places you work on a commission basis. um Sadly, that's same. I understand you there, Roba. um so on iPhones, right, when you are making a phone call now on the latest iOS, you have the own recording system can record calls, or there is an app that you can have on your phone, like Robert was saying, that you can record that. So that there's several ways. I mean, I can try to see, I can show you um if I can place a call to Garden Bot and show like how it is. Pick up, but do not talk and put me on mute. So on an iPhone, I'm gonna put my screen bigger, so it doesn't show any number, so it's fine. So it's just my see Garden Bot a little bit better. So on hang on, iPhone, you have that symbol there, and then it has a prompt that says that this call is going to be recorded. That's on iPhone. I don't know Android, sorry, I'm not an Android user. I definitely just use I Apple. I am sorry. But I can investigate, and I'm sure Android has the same feature. Phones nowadays, they have exactly the same feature that allows doing this, and I think Android had even before Apple. So it is a very cool feature, and even has a own prompt saying that this call is going to be recorded. So it's very simple process, and it saves you a lot of troubles. Ah, come on, am I in the disadvantage here? Am I the only one that has an iPhone? I literally have, I'm an Apple person, so oh, I know. I'm not gonna buy. I mean, I do have an iPhone phone that we don't use. I could always set that up with a SIM card and test it out and see how it is. I'm not gonna get an because Garden bought before he had his current iPhone that I turned him to Apple. He did. Um, yes, I use Macs. I have a confession. I have everything Apple. I am sorry. I have the Mac. I have the iPad, iPhone, the watch. I am sorry. It's just really easy. And Lois, that's awesome. I have everything Apple too as well. I'm an Apple geek. I've always been since it came out. I know it is expensive and everything, but I work hard. Yeah, so definitely, yeah. I 1 second. Oh, like I'm not against anything about Google or Android, but I don't know why I find Android a little bit harder to use than Apple in itself. So so yeah, definitely I am an Apple user, 100% sure. Oh hey Josh. On our ooh, so on your Android device, open the phone app at the top right, tap more options and then more than settings and then call recording and then always record. Turn on the numbers not in your contacts, taps always record. Oh, okay, that is really, really cool. Thank you very much, Josh. So if you are interested in knowing how to record on Android on the screen right now, you can take a screenshot, you can take a photo of it. There is the how you can do it. Thank you very much, Josh. Really, really appreciate that. So yeah, so that's the guide for it. I'm gonna start it. So if you guys need it again, I can have it again and I'll put it up again. Thank you very much, Maria. No wonder you press all the wrong buttons. Lol. Now the thing is, right? This is not Apple keyboard. It's just a normal Windows keyboard. So now I don't know the thing. So to copy paste, I have to use the Apple one, and then this one just the type. It's just a whole completely mess. But I understand. I know it's definitely Josh coming in clutch with the details. Really, really appreciate my friend. Thank you for that. I really do appreciate that. Um. Uh. Okay. I don't know how to screenshot on Android either. So definitely is like I mean if it was Apple, I could tell you Apple very easily. That is for sure. But now Android, I'm a dumb dumb on when it comes to Android. That is for sure. It's not my thing. I don't use it. I use it very very rarely. Almost never. I use Android. So, um, well, Maria, I think that would happen as well with Windows. But I mean, we can take a test because I am biting the bullet, and I am gonna swap from the Apple setup that I have right now to stream to a Windows one, because. I want to run OBS and having the counter and everything, and Macs are not built for that. So, um, ooh, I like that, Josh. That's awesome. That is so cool that you have a degree in computer support. So you'll definitely know too much and you're definitely coming clutch whenever you can. That's really, really appreciated. Um really, really do that. So yeah, that is true. I will probably come be second nature. That's absolutely so. Oh, Motorola, it's not bad. I mean, hello, Moro. That is a good brand. I like Motorola. I like the flip phones that Motorola did back in the day. That was their best phones ever. That is for sure. Um, I know you were kidding, but I I've been feeling like Apple. I like Apple. Don't get me wrong. Guys, we really just talking about that, but I want to do a lot of stuff with the stream and I want to have the counter and everything. And Mac, I was trying to run like a few weeks ago. I was trying to run everything on a computer, on this Mac, and the computer was struggling. Feed was lagging, everything was lagging, computer was lagging. It was just absolutely crazy. So I spoke with RA and he gave me the idea, and then I spoke with the garden bot as well, that a normal Windows computer, it's definitely better to run like OBS, streaming softwares and everything that I want to use to make our stream work. So that's why I'm thinking of swapping systems. It's because of that, because obviously I want to bring you the best experience, not like what Mac do I have? That is a very good question. Let me go have a look about this Mac. I think it's the 2022 one, the M2 2022. So, and I have the Sequoia OS. Oh, guess who's back? Look who's back. Hey, it's the judgy. Judgy is back. Sorry, I will behave. I clearly had a nap, and now I have energy. So, what did you guys do? So that's why I want to change. Oh,
There will be our last witness today.
Okay.
I presume that Detective Duncan will be hopefully better tomorrow.
Right. All right. So depending on, well, when we finish with this witness, whether it's before or after our noon break or afternoon break, we'll conclude for the day at that time.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sorry about that.
Is there anything else that we need to discuss before we bring the jury in?
Not that the state's aware of.
No? Okay. Let's bring the jury in.
all right. So sounds like the witness for of today is sick. So we have Nathan Duncan is a detective that he was supposed to testify today, and he's out sick. So this is the only one, only witness that we have for today. So the judge just said that when this witness is done, we're gonna be done with the court, and if he says something if it is before court break, but yeah, he said he's gonna end there for the day, so we might have a short day. I might have more hours of sleep. Whoa, that's craziness. We said the same thing, Jinx, Lois. Yes, yeah, I can go to sleep if they do break up early. I'm gonna be fully energetic tomorrow. Prepare yourselves. But this, well, it's good news and not good news. But yeah.
All right, the jury is now present. Everyone may be seated. You can continue with this witness.
Thank you. So Detective, before the break, we had just admitted Exhibit 209, a PowerPoint that you created utilizing the GPS data that was extracted from Charles Vallow's phone, correct?
Yes.
The cell tower data that you obtained through, that you were able to obtain from search warrants on cell phones for Lori Vallow and Alex Cox.
Correct.
As well as incorporating some of the video that you had obtained from Burger King and the Walgreens.
That's right.
All right. We had attempted to see if you could control this from your location, but you were not able to, right?
Correct.
So I'm going to have you sort of tell me as we go through when to proceed to the next step, okay?
Very good.
So on this first page, is this just describing for us the cell phones and the data, where you obtained the data from?
Correct.
Okay. Can you talk to us about what we're seeing here? What is this for?
Yes. So I tried to have a slide for each set of records incorporated into the presentation. These are records I was provided. It's not necessarily the case that every one of these things is depicted at some point in the presentation, but these are all the records I was provided, about this number ending in 5452. Throughout the presentation, I'll refer to most of the numbers by the last four digits. It's just easier than listing the whole thing out, and they all have unique last four. So the listed subscribers is listed there, and then also the contact name that was listed in the subscriber records, and then you can see what each of the files was, primarily CSV or XLSX files. These are spreadsheets like you would open in Excel.
Next.
Yep. Okay, there we are. This is the same title for a different phone number ending 9562. You'll notice this one is T-Mobile, and the way T-Mobile provided their records is a lot fewer spreadsheets. It just happens to be the case that Verizon tends to provide an awful lot of files. It's just the way they maintain their records, and we don't control that.
So some of them have records that one spreadsheet may include everything from calls to cell tower locations, and others, they separate them all out.
Correct. Different businesses choose to keep their records different ways. We don't dictate it. We take what we're given and then we analyze that.
So this 9562 number is for Lori Vallow.
That's what the subscriber information listed, yes. And here we have the records related to a Verizon number ending 9120, listed subscriber, Mr. Alex Cox. This is again Verizon, so as you can see, we have that multiple number of spreadsheets in the manner that they tend to provide them.
And those are sort of the things that were on those thumb drives when we were talking
Correct.
about each exhibit.
Correct. And then this is going to represent the data extracted from Mr. Vallow's phone after the fact. This report that I incorporates only the locations logged by the device. There's other data on the phone that I don't address here.
Okay. And then you referred to the evidence item of the CH131035-001.
Yes.
And that's impound number for that cell phone.
Yes, that's the Chandler PDSI number for that particular device from which the data was extracted. I mentioned some of this earlier, but again, I have it on the screen here representing that these are location data expressed as latitude, longitude pairs, as you would see in many other circumstances. Any given device may log them more frequently or less frequently, but we can examine the phone and see if they are present. And then for the data point marker, if you would click advance once, when it's represented on the screen, it's going to be represented as a dot with no particular radius, because the way that the device stored the location, it provides a latitude and a longitude, but it doesn't make any assertion as to what the error rate on that is. It just says, here's the latitude and longitude that the device recorded on this date at this time. As we go through and we're looking at location data inferred from cell site connections, you will see pins on the map, and they're color coded because one of the easier ways for people to tell which thing we're looking at is what color it is. So you saw in the last slide, I had assigned the GPS location data the color of red. It's just as an arbitrary assignment. And then we have blue for one of the phone numbers attributed to Lori Vallow. We have purple for one of the other phone numbers attributed to Lori Vallow. We have green for the number attributed to Alex Cox. When you see these, those will be what they're associated with. And also, because that could be hard to remember, each slide that represents those records will have tabs up at the top to remind people of what they represent. We can advance, I think. This shape that you will see when we're dealing with cell site connections, this is a visual representation of what the estimated coverage area of a particular cell site would look like if you were above it looking down. So there's the way that the records are stored and the way that they're returned to us by the cell phone providers. They will indicate a date and a time a connection was made. They'll give sufficient information to identify the tower to which it connected and also the face of the tower. So cell phone towers have multiple faces that a device could connect to, and that's going to indicate a direction generally. And then one can estimate what the coverage area of that face of the tower might be, and that's represented on the map as an estimate of the device's likely location area.
So when we're talking about the cell phone itself giving you the GPS location, is that more specific than this cell tower data that you're receiving from the providers like Verizon and T-Mobile?
Yeah, so there's there's a distinction between precision and accuracy, right? So precision is how precisely the thing is defined. So what area? So when the GPS location data says this exact latitude and longitude to some number of decimal places was logged at this time, that's very precise. That doesn't mean it has to be very accurate, but it does mean it has to be, it's quite precise. What you will see when these devices are connecting to cell towers is you're going to see relatively large areas where the device is inferred to have been. It likely was in that area. This is different because the device didn't record this location. The provider recorded that on this date, at this time, this mobile device connected to this tower on this face, and we know or are able to determine the approximate coverage areas of those towers. But it's not more precise than that. It's a much more general area. This is another representation of that shape. So this shape is derived by people in the industry by testing the way that these antennas work in what's called an anechoic chamber, which is a fancy word for a room that's designed to reduce the interference with the propagation of radio waves. So if this represents what a coverage area might look like under lab conditions, one thing to keep in mind is that the real world basically never mirrors lab conditions. This is an estimated area where you would expect an antenna to likely have coverage. And that's what it's represented for. And then if you click forward, it just shows the direction the antenna face was pointing. If you are looking at one of these shapes on the map, then that center line is what's known as the azimuth, which is essentially just the angle at which that face of the tower was recorded to have been facing.
So you're not able to tell us within this area where the cell phone may have been located?
Not without a different type of data or a separate corroboration. It's to say that the likely coverage area where the device likely was is somewhere in that red shaded area.
And so when you talked about trying to use other sources to verify this, we talked about Charles Vallow's phone and looking at the GPS data, for instance, with the Walgreens. Are you doing the same thing with the cell tower?
Yes, that's correct. It's with any of the data that we're given that asserts to represent the location of a person or of a device. One of the first things one wants to ask is, okay, well, how reliable is that? And what ways can we determine if it's reliable? And so in all instances, I'm looking to see other corroboration that that location data appears to be accurate. This is an example of what the mapping will look like that you'll see throughout this. So this is just a section taken from a slide that was generated, and I put it up front so you can see in advance what it's likely to look like at different points. So if you click forward, this is going to represent in Google Earth Pro, they have this timeline slider bar that allows one to interact with what time it is. So up top, that should be visible, and there'll also be notation, and it'll show approximately when the events depicted on the screen took place, and it'll be a range. It can be widened or narrowed as needed. And if you'll click forward. So as we just discussed, the estimated location for the device ending 9120 would be somewhere in that green shaded area. And if you'll click forward. The iPhone, which was recording its locations as pinpoints, those are all expanded out, but you see how the lines all draw to the same approximate place. That means that for a period of time, it was in a same location, and when one clicks on it, they all balloon out to show that they're all tied back, tied back to that same place. So you would expect the iPhone to be in the area where those all tie together, and if one zooms in, you get a more precise look at that. And then if you click forward, then the estimated location for 5452, somewhere in the lavender shaded area, you'll notice that they're sized differently. This size is an estimate based on cell phone tower density. It can vary by provider, and it can vary by the area, because as a general rule, cell phones seek the strongest connection that they have available to them. So when the device connects to the tower, that tower's area may be greater if there is less density of cell towers around, and it may be smaller if there's more density. And then the last thing is a reminder of what those tabs up top are for. Those are just to help a viewer keep track of what they're seeing on the screen.
All right. So you told us that you mapped just July 11th of 2019, correct?
Correct. So this animation is showing location data derived from the cell phone. So you'll see the tab up top reminding you what the color coding means. and it shows the True by Hilton, 1950 South Santan Village Parkway, and that the location data is in that area in the early morning hours and also in a few areas nearby, but then returns to that area.
I don't know why I did that. Hold on. So we're looking, you have 716, Charles' iPhone is in the area of the True Hilton. So this is AM, correct?
Yeah, so it's, and forgive me, I'm going to use military time because it's what we do. But 0000 is midnight through 716. This animation covers that range of time, and it's playing through what the locations do as one scrolls through that time, including that they end and the True by Hilton. These can be somewhat graphically intensive.
Okay. So as you're continuing through the morning, you continue mapping the GPS of Charles's phone?
Yes, so
I don't know why it's doing this.
we may need a different machine.
May need to what?
A different machine. Okay, this time frame that you saw depicted partially is showing that from 716 to 731, all the individual recorded locations describe a path, and that path leads from the True Hilton along major roadways generally, and then comes at around 731 to the area 5531 South Four Peaks Place. And then it goes slightly past that to 737, which marks the last outgoing communication sent by the device before the shooting is known to have occurred.
We'll keep trying this one, and if it messes up again, I'll switch to the other one.
All right.
So just so we know, when was the 911 call?
The 911 call was at 8:36.
So at 7:37, you see the last outgoing communication. That's a text message sent by the phone.
Correct. This is advancing from 737 to 749 and showing those various location hits in the general area of the Four Peaks Place house. And then at about 750, which as it notes is 45 minutes before the call would be made to 911, the device leaves the area. And then it zooms out and it shows that it is 7:52, which is about 43 minutes before the call will be made to 911. The device associated with Alex Cox, specifically the 9120 device, makes an outgoing call to the 9562 device associated with Ms. Lori Vallow.
All right, so we see the little house icon is the residence where the shooting occurred, correct?
Correct.
And we see Lori Vallow's phone at this point at 9:52, utilizing a cell tower that is overlaps some, but it appears to be away from the residence.
Yes, so the pin is the location of the cell tower that is being connected to in each of these cases. So yes, one would notice that the cell tower being serviced for Ms. Vallow's device is a bit farther to the north in this case.
And then you said that there is a call from Alex Cox's cell phone to Lori Vallow's cell phone?
That's correct. So we've added on the map the location of the Burger King at 2865 East Ocotillo Road, and you can see the red dots again representing the GPS locations from Charles Vallow's phone, arriving at around that time. So we're looking from 7:53 to 7:56, and the device is at or near where that Burger King is located.
And so when you went to Burger King, let me ask this, the prior map that we saw, did that cell tower cover the area of where this Burger King was or is?
It may have. The thing is, all these locations are estimates, so it's in the area. It likely covered it, yes.
Did you then utilize that video that we talked about to confirm that Charles Vallow's phone showing in this area appeared to match the SUV as well as Ms. Vallow being there?
Yes, it appears to match this visit to the Burger King, which we are now seeing. This is the video that I recovered from the Burger King.
All right, so this was a video that, so you could identify the vehicle and at least see the license plate on that?
Correct.
And as you watched it, this one doesn't depict the, or you can't see the driver on this video, right?
Right, there's another view coming up.
Okay. So this one just shows us hands going in and out.
It does. It shows the view showing the vehicle. This is one of the views that they have of their drive-through.
So if we forward to the next slide,
Yes,
we will see from the inside the service of.
correct. So this is their drive-through window view. Again at 7:54. Bless you.
And so did this appear to match the receipt that you had received?
This did appear to match the receipt, and this I was told as well, and that document was associated with this transaction.
So the time matched up as well as what they appear to be purchasing in the
Correct.
video.
Correct.
Now in this video, were you able to see if there was someone in the back seat?
I can't particularly tell if there's someone in the back seat.
So you could tell there was a passenger though.
Front seat passenger, yes. All right, so we see the vehicle pulling away. It's almost 7:56 according to their timestamp. We can now advance. This video as well is going to show at about 7:56 as the vehicle leaves from that view at the drive-through.
So again, we're seeing that the times that are documented on Charles's phone seem to appear with what you're looking at from other independent sources.
That's correct. So here we have the location data from Mr. Vallow's iPhone is now moving north. You see those few hits that are rendered in red. That's from 7:56 to 8:06. So that's the time that the vehicle just left and going forward 10 minutes. And then at 8:06, there is this outgoing call from Alex Cox's device to Lori Vallow's device. And you can see the service area for Ms. Vallow's device has also moved north to an area that covers the same area where you see those red data points for Mr. Vallow's iPhone.
So now it's clear that from the mapping that Charles Vallow's phone, the GPS data appears to be in the general area of where Lori Vallow's cell phone is utilizing a cell tower.
That's correct.
And Alex Cox's phone appears to be utilizing a cell tower in the area of the residence at 5531 South Four Peaks.
That's correct.
Then we have a phone call at 8:06. At this time, has 911 been called?
Nope. This location data now goes to an area where there is a Walgreens in Chandler. This is again location data for Mr. Vallow's phone, and then it goes north and west to a different Walgreens. This Walgreens at 785 South Cooper Road is the one from which I eventually obtained video. And we see it's arriving around 8:16 in the morning.
Did you go to that other Walgreens?
I did not go to that other Walgreens.
Did you call them?
I did not.
So you picked the right one. You called this Walgreens. Were you able to see that the phone was there for a while?
Yes.
And did that give you a clue that this was the Walgreens that might have some relevant information?
More likely, correct.
So we see those red dots again identified as Charles Vallow's iPhone, the GPS data that was extracted from it. And we see that his phone is in that area around 8:08.
Well, it moves to that area. So at 8:08, it was at the one on Lindsay. And then from 8:08 to 8:17, it moves up to the one on Cooper. And that's where we are now, is at around 8:17.
And we can tell that from the up on the left-hand corner.
The slider
slide.
up top. Yep.
Okay. So then you went to that Walgreens after you confirmed and you obtained video from them?
That's right.
And is this the video?
This is the video. You can see the timestamp at 8:16 as she walks in. And then I think we can advance to the next. So these are just multiple views that they had. The video at the door was motion activated, so I don't control when it starts or ends. Those are the clips that they had.
So she's buying 2 pairs of flip-flops.
As indicated in the receipt. So you'll see on their timestamp, we're now up to 8:20 and the transaction is completed. Yeah, I think we can go to the next slide. All right, so this shows now a time span from 8:17 to 8:33. You see that the next location hits move over to Lawrence Life Academy at 8:33 at 1305 South Gilbert Road. So this is a couple minutes before the 911 call. And then we see the 911 call depicted in that coverage area in the green towards the bottom of the screen. And it shows 8:35 and 54 seconds is when the outgoing 911 call is placed. It shows that number there to 911, indicating that the call is outgoing from the 9120 number associated with Mr. Alex Cox. And the last location data that we see in this time span for Mr. Vallow's iPhone is up by the Gilbert and Ray area.
So where we see that red dot is where Lawrence Life Academy is, or in the general area of that.
Correct.
And then we see that still back at the residence at 5531 South Four Peaks is Alex Cox's cell phone, and this is when he finally makes the 911 call at 8:35.
That's correct. This is an excerpt from the Chandler Police Department's CAD report in this manner, showing the call received and connected at 8:36 and 21 seconds. And this is specifically relative to this case. You can see our report number in the first line of text entered by the call taker.
And is that, again, to verify that phone call you're seeing occurring on Alex Cox's phone records matches up with what is being received?
Exactly. And then here at 8:49, we would see, looking at the location data on Mr. Vallow's phone, it's moving south, and that it's about at 8:49 that it arrives in the neighborhood at 5531 South Four Peaks Place, rather, and specifically on that street. So just looking at the data, you would expect the device has now arrived in the area of the house at about 8:49.
Now, you told us that this GPS data, that you have no control over when a phone is documenting that. So it's not like every minute or every 5 minutes that it does that.
Correct.
You're just given the data you're given. That's when it marked again that where it was.
Correct.
Did you then, again, to try to confirm that this is in fact, his phone is back in the area by looking to body cam footage to show the arrival of Lori Vallow and Tylee Ryan?
Correct. So one way of corroborating if the device is traveling with her and if it arrives at about the same time, our body cameras are all time stamped. The officer happened to be wearing his upside down, so I'll fix that for you in a moment on this slide, but you can see the timestamp there. And if we advance, I highlight a couple of things about this slide. I highlight the sandals. I invert the timestamp so you can read it properly, and I do the conversion because it's in Zulu time, which is Greenwich Mean Time, which is always 7 hours ahead of Arizona. So you have to do a little conversion to get to 8:48 in the morning.
So that again matches with the GPS data from Charles Vallow's phone showing that his phone was now back on scene.
Correct.
Now, you continued to track the phone for the day.
Yes, so this shows the time span 8:49 to 9. The phone is near the Four Peaks house, as was Alex Cox's device. Advancing a little bit, we see that now Alex's device is up in the area of the Chandler Police Department. And another way that I can check that that appears to be accurate is that I know that he was transported there at about that time.
All right, so we saw, before this went purple, that Lori Vallow's cell phone and Alex Cox's cell phone were in the area of the 5531 South Four Peaks,
Yes,
along with Charles's iPhone.
yes,
And then we see movement of Alex's phone to the Chandler Police Department.
yes, that area where it was at the end of the slide before the animation overpowered the machine was showing a coverage area that includes the Chandler Police Department.
So what are we seeing here then?
Okay, this is just advancing forward through the day. So showing that if you go to the noon hour, then between 12:13 and 12:36, the device moves up to an area by Santan Village Parkway in the 202. And then there is a tower connection with Ms. Vallow's device ending in 9562, showing that device is also in an area served by that tower.
So in this time frame then of 12:30, we see both Charles Vallow's cell phone GPS data and Lori Vallow's cell phone utilizing a cell tower in the area of Santan.
Yes, that's right. So this is again showing the trail of those location data points moving forward in time as Charles Vallow's device is moving roughly east. And you can see also connections made by Lori Vallow's phone and by Alex Cox's phone in similar areas at similar timeframes until we get to a point where the device arrives at this house at 1658 East Shari Street in Santan, which I understand to be Mr. Alex Cox's residence at the time.
All right, so the address of 1658 East Shari or Shari Street in Santan was Mr. Cox's residence. And now at 1:40 or so, 1:30 to 1:40, we're talking about Charles Vallow's phone sending GPS data that it's in that area.
Yes, that's correct. So now looking at 1342 to 1407, so that's 1:42 to 2:07 p.m. You see multiple tower hits from both of Lori's devices, and you also see persistent GPS location data from Mr. Vallow's device in that same area. Specifically, this call that you're seeing now in the lavender is known to be a call made to Detective Inkland's desk phone.
All right, so we have Lori Vallow in the area of utilizing a cell tower in the area of her brother Alex's house, along with Charles Vallow's iPhone being in that area of his house.
Correct.
And then we see a call to Detective Enclan's desk phone by Ms. Vallow.
That's correct.
And were you aware that Detective Enclan had called Lori to ask them to return to the scene?
I was aware of that.
Were you actually at the scene?
At that time, I don't think so.
Okay. You were there earlier.
That's correct.
So,
No, I'm going to correct that. I was there at that time.
okay. You were still at the
I
scene?
was still at the scene at that time, yes.
2 o'clock.
Yes.
All right, so this next map or slide that we see, what is this time frame we're seeing?
Okay, so this advances just a little bit. So it's 1409 to 1418. Again, we still see red location hits for Mr. Vallow's iPhone. We still see blue for Ms. Vallow's 9562 number. And we see this lavender one come up for her 5452 number. It's an outgoing call to a particular phone number that I know to be associated with the Valley of the Sun mortuary. If you advance to the next slide.
Maybe.
Oh, now you can advance. I was just highlighting the number. This is that same number on their website.
So at 2, go back, at 2:18, Lori
Correct.
Vallow is calling the Valley of the Sun mortuary.
Yes. So here we advance this area. This is going up closer to 243. You'll see location data for the iPhone starts trending westward and is eventually going to arrive again in the area of 5531 South Four Peaks. That's at about 3:11 p.m. when it arrives in that area.
Now, you indicate in one of the icons up there that from 209 to 243 or 1409 to 1443, that you also had noted Lori's, both of her phones associated with her, the Verizon and T-Mobile, as well as Alex's Verizon phone, were initially in the area of Alex's house in Santan. And that sort of throughout that time period, you're saying?
Correct.
And then we see initially Charles's GPS coming back to the residence at 5531 South Four Peaks and arriving there around 2:43.
Arriving there around 3:11. Yep, correct.
So we know that because we have to again look at the slide up at the top. That's when it arrives there.
Correct.
After that, did you become aware that Charles Vallow's cell phone was handed over to Detective Enclan?
I did.
And then presented to someone later in your forensics unit to download, extract, so that you could use it for instance, this.
Correct. It was assigned that item number I listed earlier in the report, and then it was submitted for extraction, and that's how I eventually obtained that location data that you've just seen.
Did you look at any other days to do GPS data?
I did not.
Was this day looked at because you were trying to see what was going on with both Miss Vallow, Alex Cox, as well as Charles, and later just his phone?
Yes, specifically, we initially had concerns about the timeline I was initially asked to look at, and I looked at it at that time, noting those issues, which led to recovery of video and things. Is not primarily my case. I was
Ladies and gentlemen, phones need to stay off or you will be asked to leave the courtroom.
as it's not primarily my case. Beyond that, I would have done whatever else I was asked to do, but I wasn't asked to look at other days in this case.
So ultimately, your what you determined was that the timeline of Lori Vallow leaving when the 911 call was and returning back was not accurate.
Yes, as I understood, based on, again, the multiple different ways now that we're able to corroborate location not only of devices that are relevant, because we knew at this point that she had Charles's phone. We knew numbers for her phones. We have video of her at various places. It led to the inescapable conclusion that either the shooting did not happen that close in time to the 911 call, or that she wasn't there for the shooting. I could not see a third way of interpreting that data.
Thank you. I have no other questions for this witness.
All right, cross.
Detective Werther, you had submitted a report on 12/26/2019, is that correct?
That sounds correct.
And have you had a chance to review that at all before your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. So you found some interestingly contrasting things in your report that you reported on that date. You made a note of his daily text message of love and devotion to me. Do you remember that?
I do not.
Okay. Then you also made a note of his interactions with women he was attempting to date. Is that correct?
I do remember that.
Okay. Detective Werther, in your report on Bates page 103, you indicate that Charles went to the airport to meet Florence Hughes and found that she
Object to
never boarded.
relevance.
Is that correct?
Hold on.
Object to relevance.
What's the relevance of that?
It's just in his report, Your Honor, and I was just going over it to see if.
Well, everything in a police report isn't necessarily relevant. Well, how's it relevant to this case?
It's relevant to show what was going on in this right before this happened. These events happened within June and July.
All right, it's the objection sustained.
Did you learn who Florence Hughes was?
And I'm going to object again to relevance.
Sustained.
In your report, Detective, you find evidence that Charles did in fact send someone $1,000.
And I would object to relevance again.
Sustained.
And I would object to relevance to all of these types of questions.
When you had, what was your role in going through the data from the phone, from my husband's phone?
So primarily I went through the location data because of the concerns we had about timeline. I know I went through other data associated with other accounts, but I don't believe I specifically went through the phone extraction outside of the location data.
Okay. But in your report, you made a lot of notes to these things, but that wasn't what you were looking for. You just happened upon it. How did that happen?
So there are things found, I think many of those may be related to a Google account. And yes, as certain things were being accomplished as a team, sometimes you'll task out and say, would you look through this to see what you find that may be relevant? And it isn't always clear up front in an investigation what's going to be relevant. So when I see communications between people without knowing the full story, particularly when I'm not the primary case agent, I may note things because I want to make sure the case agent knows of them so he or she can decide if that's a thing that needs to be pursued further. And if they think it is, then they can ask me or someone else, or they can do it themselves. But that would be why some of those things are documented.
Okay. And you wrote them in your report because you thought they might be relevant?
Yes, not knowing the full case, I noted things like that that may be relevant.
And that would need to go to the case agent so he could decide if those were relevant or not as well.
Correct. The case agent has much fuller information, particularly as a long-term investigation goes on. As somebody who's just helping out with certain tasks, it's not always obvious to you what things are going to be relevant to the person who knows the entirety of the case.
So you mentioned in your report that on July 10th, there was a scheduled phone date with Nancy Jo Hancock. Is that correct?
I think I did indicate that in my report, yes.
Okay. And then on the next day, there was another date scheduled with a Jennifer Gilbert at 12 o'clock.
That sounds correct.
And then the next day, there was another date scheduled with a Juliet at 10 a.m.
And obviously trying to smear the victim.
All right, the objection sustained.
Detective, did you find searches for these dates
I'm
for my husband back
objecting.
to?
If we can do a sidebar.
Sustained.
This is a different question,
No,
Your Honor.
whether he went on dates or had dates scheduled is not relevant to this case. Ask another question. You can ask about the date of the person that testified the night before because that person was in here and had some relevant information. But other than that, any of these other questions are not relevant.
Detective, you talked about going with Detective Moffett to the hotel room where you found my husband's laptop. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. And then was also his iPad in there?
I believe so.
And then you said some suitcases,
Correct.
maybe his briefcase was like a rolling suitcase.
It may have been. We may be describing the same thing differently. I didn't personally inventory the items. I helped to package them and take them back to the station.
Okay. So when you got there, does that stuff go in evidence bags? I mean, how does that work when you got to the hotel room? Can you walk us through that?
Sure. There are different ways that one can do it. Pardon me. If the crime had occurred at the hotel room, it might be done in a different way. In this case, just clearing out someone's hotel room instead of unpacking everything there and searching through all of it in the hotel room and then repacking it all there. Sometimes it's much more appropriate to take the items as they are, seal them up, take them back to the station and impound them where they can be dealt with later as needed. So that's what we did in this case.
And then so with the electronic devices, were they off already or were they on? How did that work out?
I didn't check the condition of them, but I also didn't alter the condition of them.
So nobody got on there and opened it up or anything to see if it was powered on or not?
I did not do that.
Okay. And it was just you and Detective Moffett in there, is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. So after you collect all those things and then you take them with you to go to evidence, is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
And so how long about do you think that you were there at that hotel room?
I no longer recall exactly how long we were there.
And then is someone documenting that? Like as you're putting together things, someone's writing down what that is, what you're taking?
Oh, writing down what the items are. Yes, we do document what the items are that we're taking, typically by at the station entering that into our report management system where they're assigned numbers like the one that you saw for the cell phone earlier. And then an evidence continuity begins when they're submitted to the property and evidence unit.
And then was there anything left in there that wasn't taken? I mean, just kind of clear out all of his things.
Anything left in the room?
Correct.
I do not believe we left anything in the room.
Okay. So then all of the things were taken into custody and that was the end of your association with them?
That's right.
Okay. But you were instrumental in delivering them, is that correct?
Yes, I assisted in packaging and delivering them, yes.
And that was just you and Detective Moffett?
Yes, that's right.
In the course of your investigation, Detective, did you become aware of the $2 million life insurance policy Charles had on me?
I'm not aware of that.
In the course of your investigation, with my husband's phone, did you come across the threatening text messages from him to me?
I don't believe I saw text message content from his phone. From the phone, I restricted what I was looking at to the location data I'd been given. So I'm not aware of contents of the phone.
Okay. And then, Detective, what was your role back at the house at Four Peaks Place? Approximately what time did you arrive and then leave the scene?
I arrived, it's indicated in my report, and I wouldn't want to hazard a guess because I don't recall, but I remained at the scene essentially, as mentioned, to shadow and observe the way these investigations are conducted. I know I was still there when the medical examiner arrived. I know I was still there when Mr. Cox came back, but exactly what time I left, I do not know.
Okay. And you mentioned you were shadowing Detective Kuntz, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And did you stay with him the whole time?
Yes.
And so you just kind of helped him doing what he was doing?
Yes, and I'm not confident how much I was there helping as much as observing. I didn't actually perform any particular tasks while I was there because, again, I was not on the team yet.
So you were observing mostly?
Mostly.
And then did you take notes while you were observing, or just
I did not.
physical with the eyes?
I was just there to observe, yeah.
Okay. You had mentioned that you had called me on July 12th, is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
And that I had told you that I had when you asked me about information about JJ's school, I gave that to you, correct?
Correct.
And then I told you that I had the hotel key, is that correct?
Correct.
And you indicated that you'd send someone over to pick it up.
Well, yes,
Correct.
I said I would check with the case agent, and that's probably what would happen.
And then, so did you contact Detective Moffett and discuss that with him?
I did.
And then he sent you over to the house to get it?
Well, we agreed to go together. Oh, to the house, I'm sorry.
Oh, to come pick up the card key?
Yes, I think we agreed that I would go do that, yes.
Okay, what about time was that? Was that on the 12th?
It was on the 12th, it's in my report, I think it was the 2 o'clock hour.
Okay. And then you weren't with Detective Moffett at that time?
I was not.
And then when did you guys actually go to the hotel to pick up that stuff?
We went right after that.
Oh, it was immediate?
Yes.
How long, Detective, did you analyze all this data before you did your report?
Well, that could be a complicated question because initially I only looked at the location data I had been provided. And initially we were only dealing with the location data for Mr. Vallow's phone. And then I wasn't heavily involved in the investigation after that point. As I recall, I was actually out of town some, and so I wasn't heavily involved. And then if you advance to some years later when I had learned more how to interpret cell phone records, and those cell phone records still existed, I was asked to look at them and to incorporate them into an overall analysis. So that now we're talking about something that occurred several years later. And the exact amount of time I spent doing that, I don't know exactly how long that would have been. I still did restrict my analysis to just that one calendar day.
In the first place, and then you got more data later?
I know there is more data, but I have not gone through and done a thorough analysis of all of the data that has been assembled over the course of whatever time frame has been determined to be relevant in this case. I was asked to look at the day of the event.
Okay. But you had other data in this report that was dated 12/26, is that correct?
Yeah, that seems right.
How long before that 12/26 report did you spend compiling data? That's kind of my question, like weeks or months or just a few days?
I'm not sure I fully understand that question. So if this is what you're asking, when you write, for example, a search warrant to an internet service provider, let's say for somebody's Google or for something similar to that, once you send that, you just have to wait. And at some point they give it back to you. And then once they give it back to you, you go through it and you see what's contained in that. You save it to the side as evidence, and then you create a copy so you can go through that. And that's what I did. The amount of time I spent doing that, that's not something that we log.
Okay. But your report goes from, I guess, Bates page 88 to 105, so about 8 pages worth of data, yeah? Say?
I'm not sure, is that a question?
Or maybe it was even longer. Did you go to Lauren's Life Academy at any point?
I did not.
And were you able to identify JJ in the front seat of the car at the Burger King?
I wouldn't say that I can definitely identify him.
That you indicate possible juvenile with short dark hair in front passenger seat. Is that correct?
That's what I was able to see on the video.
Okay. That's all we have, Your Honor.
All right, redirect.
When you went to the True Hilton Hotel and picked up all of Charles Vallow's personal property, did you ever review anything from his laptop? Were you provided with extractions from his laptop that you reviewed?
I think I was at one point provided that, yes.
Did you use any of that data from the laptop in creating your PowerPoint?
No.
Did you review anything, any extractions from his iPad?
I don't believe I reviewed the iPad.
So obviously, did you use that in your PowerPoint?
No.
In your understanding, why were you only asked to look at the day of July 11th of 2019?
My understanding specifically was because we were looking at the very significant to us fact that the timelines that we had been told appeared to be inaccurate. The purpose of what I looked at was to examine whether that inaccuracy was supported by or refuted by various different types of location data, video data, other evidence. And again, that's specifically what I looked at is, does it appear that this device, as I had been told, was actually traveling with Miss Vallow, or does it not appear to be the case? And doesn't matter to me what the outcome was, but as you can see, there are indications that it was. Beyond that, if someone had asked me, oh, well, now there's some relevant question we want you to look at an expanded timeline for, I would have been happy to do so, but I was not asked to do that in this case.
So were you trying to determine whether or not it was accurate if you had not or been advised that the shooting occurred just before 911 was called?
Correct.
And did what you learned match up with that?
No, again, as I said, I will say that the device has clearly departed the scene well before the 911 call and does not return until after the 911 call. The distances make it entirely implausible that the device went all that way that quickly, plus the timestamps are logged prior to the event. And so again, I could see only two possible interpretations. Either the shooting happened much earlier than we were told, or the device and the person bearing it, which I understand to be Ms. Vallow, left well before the shooting occurred. I don't see a third option.
Thank you. No other questions?
Are there any questions for this witness from any member of the jury? I don't see any. Sir, you can step down.
Thank you.
All right, members of the jury, I've been informed that a witness that was scheduled for this afternoon has become ill and would not be able to appear this afternoon. So we're going to break early for the day. The schedule for the rest of the week will be 10:30 to 4:30 for Wednesday and Thursday. So plan on 10:30 to 4:30 for both of those days. You're free to go for the rest of the day. Please remember the admonition. We'll see you tomorrow at 10:30 a.m.
All right, jury. Yes, 10:30 to 4:30 Eastern, which will be math. Hang on, let me open. I have the paper of the time of the concern. So that's going to be 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Eastern, and then 7 to 1 a.m. my time. So
From the state?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
From the defense?
I can't think of anything, Your Honor.
All right, we'll see you tomorrow at 10:30.
Okay, she doesn't have anything. Yay. So it's going to be starting at 2 p.m. Eastern, finishing at 8 p.m. Eastern, and then the central time is 1 p.m. to 7 p.m. and then mountain time it's 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. because we are the half an hour. Yes, exactly correct. So so that's going to be the times for the rest of the week, aka tomorrow and Thursday, because obviously we are not in court on Fridays in this trial. And also do not forget I was like, I am talking in slow-mo. Yeah. Oh man, the fun is over now, case one. We're gonna have all to be responsible adults ish. I am not the responsible adult. So what is gonna happen tomorrow, because you guys know it's Wednesday tomorrow. I have my commitment on Wednesday nights, as you know. So trial starts normally right bang on with this trial starts around 7 p.m. But fear not. That Zio is gonna be here with you tomorrow. Oh, you're gonna be hanging out with BK. Oh, that is so cute. We need pictures, Denise, of you hanging out with him. It's like a selfie for sure. Please tell me that you get the selfie. So the trial doesn't start tomorrow. It's just a hearing. So yeah, I am gonna go to sleep. So yeah, we have Zio tomorrow with you guys. She's gonna start the stream. She's gonna be hanging out with you until about lunchtime of the trial. So and then you're gonna put up with me for the rest of the evening. No, I'm joking. So Zio has volunteered this week to do it. So you're gonna hang out with her for a little bit while Denise is in court with BK, which depending on emotions, you might be there all day, friend. But I hope you have a good day, a good night. Hey, Willow, thank you for popping in, my friend. Hi. But yeah, so that will be the end of it. I am gonna go to sleep because have a safe night, a good night, a good afternoon, morning, wherever you are. And if you are watching it in replay, Pickles, hello, my friend. We missed you, and have a great night, everybody. Thank you. Bye.
And I'm a real-time crime professional.